It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, Cayman. Happy Monday. It is May the 11th. Yes. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend, especially the mothers. It was Mother's Day after all, and the island view, all of the restaurants were booked for. I love to see you guys take your moms out, and moms take themselves out sometimes too. But all of the restaurants were booked for Mother's Day brunch. It was such a nice day. The weather was gorgeous and beautiful. Of course, I have to give a big shout out to the Westin, which is where I went for my Mother's Day brunch. And as always, the Westin never disappoints. Their food selection is amazing. Good variety. I mean, there's so much to choose from. I tell you the truth. I always stick to the sushi station. I stick to. Why am I hearing music? Hold on. Is that my imagination? Or am I hearing music? Oh, where's that music coming from? Hold on. Something got pressed here. Oh. I don't even know where that's coming from. Oh, hold on. I think I've accidentally Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh. I was thinking to myself, where is that music coming from? I didn't have my headset on quite yet, but I could hear it in the background. I thought, I don't think MRCU is vibing out this hour of the morning. But I'd certainly heard some music, and I put on my headset and I was like, whoa, accidentally pressed the button. My apologies. So I was saying a big shout out to the Westin. They did an amazing job for brunch yesterday, and they always have such a really good selection of things on offer. I tend to stick to, I never get to the station with like the scrambled eggs and bacon. That station never sees me. it's just too much. So I do like the sushi station, the fresh cheese, normally the carving station. So I had like 2 pieces of lamb. What else did I have? The one in the middle with like the cocktail shrimp and crab legs. I got a few pieces of that. The food is just amazing there. And the staff, thank you so much to Mr. Jim and his staff. They really do a phenomenal job. It takes a lot of work to pull off an event where, gosh, I don't know what their numbers are, but I'd be willing to say probably 500 people. It's a lot. So we had a nice little cabana set up. My mother-in-law is still here, so we got to spend Mother's Day with her this year. This year, we really lucked out. We got to spend both her birthday late last month and Mother's Day with her this year, so that was a real treat. And she's leaving this week. Aw. So we're going to do a little session this evening. I'm going to tell you guys about it later on with Chef Brown, where Chef Brown is going to come in the kitchen. And this time, he's the student. This time, Chef Brown is the one who's learning. She's going to show him how to do Indian curry. You guys know the Indians do it a little bit differently. So she's going to show him that as well as some roti. So, exciting. All right, folks, we do have some guests in the studio, and then we've got to do a deep dive into the whole situation with Cayman Prep. Oh, it breaks my heart to have to even do the show, but we do what we got to do, and we don't shy away from the tough topics. So let's go ahead and welcome into the studio MRCU this morning, which stands for Mosquito Research and... Hold on, Kevin. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Mosquito Research and Control. Yes, how can we forget the control part? Unit, because we rely on them to control those mosquitoes for us. And they're here to tell us about some important stuff that is going on their calendar this month. Kevin, good morning. Who's that lovely young lady sitting next to you?
So next to me, this is Charlotte McFarland. She is the Sister Islands Operations Manager. So she runs the shop over in Cayman Braca and Little Cayman. She's the big boss
nice.
there.
Hi.
Beautiful. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you, Sandy?
I'm good. So Kev, you got some good news for us. I know you're the communications manager over there for the team, and you guys have some exciting stuff going on. Normally when we think of mosquitoes, we don't particularly get excited. But, Kevin makes it good because he's always educating us on exactly what they're doing over at MRCU. So go ahead and give it to us, Kevin. What's going on this week?
So this week is actually Caribbean Mosquito Awareness Week. And so as we enter the rainy season, the month of May actually is rainy season for the Cayman Islands in our region. We want to make sure that we're doing our part because even though, government spends a lot of money on mosquito control, because we're a government department, there's only so much we can do. Really and truly, a lot of mosquito control takes place at your backyard, takes place at home. We take care of the areas you can't take care of, which is the swampy areas, the wetlands and large areas, and we bring in the science and the researchers and do some of the geeky type stuff, the nerd stuff. But then there's a part that the public plays at home, which is your own home, your own business, by eliminating any type of water source. Because in fact, we have kind of 2 functions. We have a function where we take care of nuisance mosquitoes, but because not all mosquitoes carry diseases. But then the next function is the public health function as well, too, where we know the region, Jamaica, Cuba, Central America, they have a lot of mosquito-borne illnesses. They got a lot of dengue cases. Chikungunya is on the rise in the region as well. Gosh. But we're not seeing any of those things happening in Cayman because we do have an advanced mosquito research and control program. Not saying it will never happen, knock on some wood. We have an amazing team that does an amazing job, but we're not immune to it. I mean, it's not something that, we're aware that it could happen. A few years ago, I know there was a little bit of a dengue outbreak over in the West Bay area. So far, any type of case that we've had that is a mosquito-borne illness, type of a mosquito-transmitted type of disease has been an imported travel case. However, we have such a strong partnership with public health and the medical community that anytime something like that is detected, we can on and eliminate or reduce, I would say, the threat of any type of spread of that. But at the same time, there are going to be times coming up that we can't predict, that it could easily happen. It could easily be something that
Right.
does escape our barriers. And so we have to ask residents to do their part by eliminating water sources around their homes, because any type of water source around their homes could be a breeding location or breeding site for one of those disease-carrying mosquitoes. The mosquitoes that are born in the swamps and wetlands, that type of mosquito can't carry diseases. They don't transmit type of human diseases. However, ones that are born in your yard are the ones that are usually responsible for the Aedes aegypti mosquito, and that type of mosquito is the one that can transmit dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. So if it bites someone that came in from Cuba or Jamaica that has dengue, and then that mosquito bites your next door neighbor, guess what? It spreads that way, and then it keeps on going from there. So raising awareness, letting the public know of what they should do to help us help you and help the community as a whole. We want to raise that awareness to the public. And of course, we have other exciting things. You brought up the flyer just now. We could bring it back up with some of our activities that are going on this week. So tomorrow we have a drone demonstration. So, as we have new and emerging technologies, newer tools in our toolkit, we have a large drone that most people in Cayman have not yet seen. So we've invited the schools, we've invited just about anyone who wants to see this type of equipment in operation with their own eyes. They have 3 opportunities tomorrow at Festival Green over at Camana Bay to see a very large drone operate. It's at 10:30, 12:30, or 1:30. We're going to have demonstrations that will take place within those windows. The demonstration itself takes about 15 or so minutes. The animal welfare folks from the Department of Agriculture will also be there with some puppies, because we know that mosquitoes don't only transmit diseases to humans, but it could also transmit it to our fur friends at home, our dogs and cats. And so they're going to be talking about preventing the transmission of heartworm there as well. And so the public will get informed from our different activities. Then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, from any time between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, we ask anyone who's interested in stopping by our headquarters in Grand Cayman. They'll be able to come speak to our scientists. I know there's a lot of people out there saying, hey, you're poisoning our environment, or you're dumping this on me, and I don't like it. And we want to inform you what that is. It's not poison that's going to harm you or your pets or your plants. We want to show what it is that we use, and you can do your own research. We just want to have that open bit of communication and transparency to the community, so you could learn about what we do at MRCU.
Very interesting. Okay, well, MRCU sounds like you're incredibly busy. Can I ask what it is that you do with the drones?
Absolutely. So with the drones, the aircraft does an amazing job at treating large areas of coverage that we need to do. The large drone that we have is going to be spot treating those hard to reach areas. And also there are a few no-fly zones in the Cayman Islands, such as over the turtle farm is one, as well as close to areas right around the airport because of air traffic. So those areas could be easily treated by our drone. We do still have to work with air traffic control and get special permissions that we can easily get to use and operate our drone in those hard to reach areas, as well as sometimes, the aircraft might be down, and both aircrafts are back up and running. So we do have 2 aircrafts right now, but if the aircraft happen to be down and we have an area that we need to treat, we could also send a drone in to take care of that spot.
All right, very good. So using technology in your jobs, I absolutely love it. For the open house, you're saying that's Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do people have to make an appointment?
They don't. They just gotta show up. We will have schools and stuff coming at different points throughout the day. However, at the same time, you can join them. We want this to be, an event that the community can just come and get educated. Any questions they have, we will answer them. We have our scientists on staff. We have our disease prevention officers that will also be on hand, that will be able to tell you, sometimes we get calls here, hey, someone from MRCU is in my yard. That's part of their job. We go yard to yard, carry out yard inspections, and so they could tell you a bit more about what they do and what they're looking for, as well as educate the public. We've actually recently started to also leave door hangers when we go to homes, where we'll have a little checkbox list on it, where we'll identify what we found, whether you guys are doing a good job at your home or if you guys have some needs improvement. And we'll let you know what that is and educate people on what they need to do in order to, help keep mosquito numbers as low as possible and not breeding on their properties.
Yeah, they came by and visited me last week, I think it was.
Yes, right now most of the teams are in Grand Cayman, are in the, I think, Bordentown area now. They finished more or less Newlands and Spots area, so they're making their way east. We started in the west, and we're making our way east. I think we have a target of finishing up the entire island suite by the end of next month or so. And then Shauna, again, she is in charge of the Sister Islands operations, and she manages their teams, because again, what goes on in Grand Cayman is also going on in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. And I'll let Shauna kind of talk about some of what's going on this week in the Sister Islands.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about that. First of all, what's the mosquito prevalence like in the Sister Islands compared to Grand Cayman?
Well, good morning again.
Good morning.
The mosquito presence over there is not as prevalent as it is over in Grand Cayman at this time. Thankful to God above for his mercies on us. But we do find a lot of nuisance mosquitoes over there, primarily on the bluff, at any time of the day, any time of the year. Mostly the Aedes tenurinchus mosquito and the Culex, nigropalpus mosquito. We'll find a lot of them on the bluff, and our efforts over there are going to continue today. We're not able to do an open house right now at this time because this week we're actually busy over there because we have the aircraft over there this week. They're actually over there now, so we're not able to do what we wanted to do for Caribbean Awareness Mosquito Week over there. But we are having aerial larviciding for this week over there. So that starts today. That should be in action now as we speak. I'm actually, after I do this show with you guys, I'll actually fly back over on the 9-something flight. So I'll be over there to help ensure operations are still intact over there and going well. Yes.
Yeah, but when she talks about larviciding, this is a proactive measure that we do to keep the mosquito numbers down as much as possible. So what that is, the larvicide is a product, what you call an insect growth regulator that specifically only targets the mosquito species, and it stops them from emerging. So what it does essentially is, instead of having trillions of mosquitoes, and I'm not exaggerating on numbers, but instead of trillions coming up at one time, it might be millions to hundreds of thousands to millions coming up at one time. Still a lot of mosquitoes. And then once
I would say
emerge, we will then, eliminate those mosquitoes with what you call adulticiding, which again, that's the adult mosquito populations. They're not called adults until they start flying. And once they become adult mosquitoes, that's when we use the aircraft with a different type of product to wipe them out. And again, one of the things people will learn when they're coming through our open house and talking to our scientists is they'll see how we know what we do is effective. We do a lot of what we call droplet characterization tests. They do a lot of research to see how effective the treatments are. So literally they will have mosquitoes in a cage trap when the aircraft is doing its usual operation, and then they'll go back and collect and see how much of those mosquitoes die and how long it takes for them to die. These are things that we do around the clock, year round, because we're not just mosquito control like it operates in many other parts of the world. We're research and control, where we're always researching our products, because last thing you want to do is have resistance. We've had that happen in the past with some of the products we've used, where just like if you, Sandy, are taking antibiotics more than you should, you become resistant. It's the
Right.
same thing when we're doing chemical applications. If we apply the same chemical all the time, it might be working great for a period of time, but then they might build resistance. So our
Right.
research scientists, they're always studying, always rotating chemicals, always looking to ensure that there is no public health threat coming out of the products that we use. Because again, we live here in the community. Last thing we want to do is to impact, have an impact on the community because of something that we're putting down. People have misconceptions thinking, oh no, I got cancer because of MRCU and this, that, and the other. Well, bring the data because we have it. If you have something that contradicts our data, we'll look at that further. But we have the data to prove that what we're using is not the cause of it. And then so we have that proof that we can easily share when folks come in and question what we're doing.
Okay, folks. Well, I like this. This is some good information. MRCU educating people. They've got the drone demonstration, which is going to be happening tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. And then they've also got the open house, which is May the 13th. So that's this Wednesday through Friday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. And you can basically just pop in and see them.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. They could come any day. So if Wednesday's not good for a group, they could come Thursday or Friday anytime within that window and just pop on in. And, it might take maybe half an hour to an hour, depending. You spend it however long. If you want to spend all day with us, hey, we'll have some refreshments and we will entertain you.
Yeah. Awesome. Love it. Thank you, Kevin. And, let me just take your, Donna. Shauna, sorry, my apologies. Thank you both so much for coming on the program today. And don't forget, let's go ahead and mention your social media handles for people who want to perhaps find out more information about what the MRCU does or how to contact you.
Absolutely. It's just Mosquito Research and Control Unit. If you just kind of type that in or Google MRCU, we're on all platforms, including TikTok. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook. We're on all of the social media platforms. So just have a look, follow us. If you want more information, message us on it as well. And of course, pop on by this week. We would love to see you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You guys have a
Sorry, we haven't forgotten about the Sister Islands. We're just going to push ours back a little further because we have all the aerial larviciding going on over there this week. So we will have our open house over in the Sister Islands as well in the near future. Yeah,
we're just going to wait. And we're confirming the date. We're waiting on the schools to let us know a good day because we want to make sure that the students are also, able to participate. So as soon as we have a date confirmed, we'll let the folks over in the Sister Islands know when they will have their opportunity.
Okay, got it. All right, fantastic. So we'll keep you guys updated on that one as well. Thank you guys so very, very much.
Thank you.
Have a fantastic week.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
Bye.
The Economics and Statistics Office, ESO, is currently conducting the annual business surveys until June 12. The surveys collect information to answer questions like, how did the economy perform in 2025? In 2025, how much did foreign companies invest in the Cayman Islands? The surveys include all relevant entities that produce goods and services in the Cayman Islands. The surveys are confidential under the Statistics Act and are exempt from the Freedom of Information Act. Your response matters. Do your part. Fill out and return your survey forms to the ESO. Remember, better data, better decisions, better business. For assistance in filling out the forms or for more information, visit eso.ky or call 244-4676 or 244-4600.
The Spring Labour Force and Quality of Life surveys conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office begin Sunday, April 26th. The Labour Force Survey collects information on employment and unemployment in the Cayman Islands, while the Quality of Life Survey gathers feedback on well-being, financial security, community belonging and overall life satisfaction. Trained interviewers with official ESO ID cards will visit randomly selected households. All interviews are confidential under the Statistics Act and no individual information will be published. For details, call the ESO hotline at 51633329.
Okay, welcome back. Good morning, Cayman. Go on through MRCU. You guys are doing a great job. Like I said, they visited me last week. So listen, we got to get into the meat and potatoes of today's show. We're going to skip the appetizer. Unlike those appetizers at the Westin yesterday that were so amazing, we're going to get right to it. Cayman Prep is a hot mess and then some. Okay? Let me preface my comments by saying it's so disappointing that I have to even have this discussion this morning because, I mean, I feel like Cayman Prep is academically, obviously, an amazing school, right? And by the way, I've had a lot of people reach out to me. I kind of feel like when men start to reach out, you know that there is really something that's wrong. Does that make any sense? Because there's certain things like men don't really, I don't know, like they're not bothered by a whole lot, if I could put it that way. Sometimes they just go along. They're like, hey, we're good. The kid's getting an education. He's got somewhere to go during the day. I feel like when male parents start to reach out, it's like, wow, what on earth is actually going on here? So we got to take this in baby steps because let me show you guys this first of all. Okay. Turn on my camera because not a word of lie. You see all these documents here. This little back piece is government stuff. So let me take out the government bit here. But half of this documentation here, these are all letters of complaints. And I mean, they are long. These parents took the time, parents, teachers, administrators, all sorts of people took the time to write a lot to me. I was printing and double checking that I had received everything. It's a lot of complaints here. And I know for a fact that this only represents a small portion of the people who could be complaining. Okay? So let's start. We're going to have three parallel discussions this morning. Let's start with teacher Robert Juan. Is that his name? He's the one who was posting material online that I think most of us would feel uncomfortable with if your children were sitting down there. And of course, some parents have a very interesting attitude. Their position is, oh, just don't have your children look at it. Well, if you have teenagers and you have not given them a phone, then good for you. Rob Juan, there he is in his Speedos. Rob seems to have a thing for, showing his parts. Like he enjoys being the center of attention when it comes to him in his Speedos. And quite frankly, the Speedo pictures are not as bad as the one where he's completely naked in the shower and allowed someone, or took it himself. I'm not really sure how he arranged that selfie. But anyway, he decided to post it on his social media page. Now, let's talk about Juan Robert's position on this, because he had his lawyer reach out over the weekend. I think he might have reached out before, or his boyfriend or somebody. I don't know who the hell was messaging me. So he had a few people message to say, oh no, that was a private account. The school has even tried to defend him, and shame on you, Cayman Prep. You guys, I am very, very disappointed, but maybe the reason why this has been brought to my attention is this is an indication of a much larger issue at Cayman Prep. Your moral standards, Cayman Prep, have slid terribly. And if you think, and I want to be very, very clear here, if you think that at the end of the day, your saving grace is going to be all of the amazing academics, right? I'm here to tell you that academics can only save you for so long. You have lost your way. You have lost your moral compass in more ways than one. So I'm here to help y'all find it back, because something stinks in the neighborhood. And I can tell you, it's not stagnant water in my backyard. It is Cayman Prep and the foolishness that you guys are allowing to happen at your institution. Can you believe a so-called religious school would actually send out correspondence to teachers, to staff, to the to parents, defending this man in these postings. Oh, you guys gotta wait for it. It's coming. I have the letter here. I got all of my evidence, honey child. Everything is lined up. But come on now. Some of the parents in the comment section, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with this, and the kids shouldn't be in social media. Yeah, that's why your school is going to hell in the handbasket. A teacher who thinks that there's nothing wrong with putting up a naked photo of himself on his social media accounts needs to have his head checked. And the school and the parents that defend this foolishness, you guys need to be right there in line with him and also have your head checked. There is something wrong with this. Teachers have an obligation, right, to their students to lead by example. That is why back in the day, rightfully or wrong, we had a very, very strict policy about what our teachers could do and what they couldn't do when they were teaching, even in our public schools. And now look at it. Look at how far we have slid. We have gone from, okay, we're not going to enforce pregnancy anymore. Remember when you got pregnant and you were a single parent, you had to get the heck out of that job. You could be in the classroom, letting your students see you, pregnant and happy. They're like, no. You don't have a husband? Then this isn't going to work. Okay? So you had to go. Now, the needle has slid so far in the other direction that we're saying that it's okay for teachers to have OnlyFans accounts. It's okay for them to be posting naked pictures on social media. And the excuse that this guy is going to use, and I'm going to challenge him this morning, but the excuse that he uses, oh, this is private. Well, Mr. Robert, you think I was born this size. And I think that being that naive in life must be so incredibly wonderful, because I'm not even that naive. I know I wasn't born this size. But we're going to break it down, because the truth of the matter is I didn't fully connect when I got these pictures originally until last night, when I was sitting here printing everything off and making sure that I had as many of the notes and complaints as possible, that I then realized that, oh my God, someone actually sent me these pictures back on January the 26th. So when I got them, what was it, last week, the end of the month, with the complaints about, more Caymanian teachers are leaving. In my mind, that was the first time that I had seen them. And my apologies, it happens. Because honestly, I get so many emails and so many messages. That's why I tell you, if you email me and I don't really respond, or, I don't do something about it, don't feel any way about messaging me again. Because the truth is, I get a lot of stuff. So here's the proof in the pudding. January the 26th, I got an email that said, is this Cayman Prep's national hero? Triple question mark. And this person whose information has been redacted to protect them. They said, good morning, Miss Sandra. I have to bring your attention to the following. A member of the senior leadership team at Cayman Prep primary site, a Mr. Robert Wan, who works with young impressionable children, is flaunting his sexuality and body parts on his open Instagram account for all of Cayman to see. I ask you, is this an appropriate example for religious church school? And does this set a good example for our community? So I got this almost 5 months ago, back in January, and here we are now, and we're having a full circle moment where I'm just realizing, oh, snaps. This person actually somebody sent me not just the two that I thought I had, but they sent me other pictures as well, which I'll be showing you here in a second. Good morning, caller. Oh, hold on one second, honey. Let me just see if I can. Hold on one second. Hold on. I can't quite see you. I can't hear you. Hold on. Let's try that again. Yes. Hello?
I see you got a little music playing in the background.
You're still hearing music?
Yes, Mom. Yeah,
okay.
it like the like the little TikTok music like where you would add friends, it like that, something similar to that playing in the background.
Huh. All right. Strange. I don't know where that would be coming from. Okay. Let me try and find out.
It wasn't happening before, but as soon as you had pulled up that message, it started playing.
Okay. All right. Let me try and figure out where that's coming from because I'm not sure. But thank you for letting me know.
No problem.
All right. I'm gonna try to just let me see if I can find out. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna try to see if I can find where it's coming from. I'm not sure. Everything is muted. I think should be muted. This person says no background music on YouTube. I should have asked her where she was listening, if she's listening on radio. Yeah, I don't have anything open. Let me just ask the station to maybe check it for me. Okay. Let me know if that was on radio. But okay, so YouTube social media is good. It's a bit strange. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't have any tabs open that should be playing any music. So let me see here. All right. We'll continue. Let me know if it stops, I guess. Oh my goodness, sorry. Okay. So this message, like I said, was originally sent in January. And I'm so happy that I had to confirm again with the parent to say, or whoever sent this in, because I don't actually know this person, to say, okay. Yeah, to say that basically, somebody says, is the teacher single asking for a friend? I don't think he's playing on your team. I'm just saying. I really don't think he is. But anywho, so this person had sent it, and the weird thing about this email is I actually acknowledged it, but I think for whatever reason at the time, and the reason why they sent it on the 26th, because wasn't that Heroes Day or somewhere around then? So they purposely said, yep, this is the hero that we're looking for. Now, I had to confirm because, like I said, he's lawyered up. Big shout out to Samson Law. Don't worry, you guys are going to have your time in the spotlight here about one of your own lawyers and why he had to run from the Cayman Islands here shortly. That expose is coming in short order. Yes, because y'all up to badness. And y'all think that the public doesn't deserve a right to know. And we deserve a right to know. So that's coming. That expose is coming. Okay, so he lawyered up, and according to his lawyers, he claims that this was his personal account and that evidently one of his friends, they basically, what would you call it? They basically, not a friend, I guess. Yeah, the stations. That's strange. They're saying that they're not hearing anything, so I don't know. That's very strange. Okay. So anyway, they're not hearing anything at all. So I'm not sure. All right, let's continue. All right, so his lawyer claims that his account was private, and and first of all, I'm like, how stupid can you be, Mr. Juan? You're not the sharpest. You're the administrator of what exactly? You're not particularly smart. Because as I have said, even before CMR existed, you guys know my position with young people, always telling them, do not go online anywhere and share your body parts. Don't share it in private chats. Don't even share it with your significant other. Because when the two of you break up, and we've seen that countless times, right here in the Cayman Islands, all of a sudden your woohoo and haha is all over the damn place for the whole of the Cayman Islands to see. So this teacher, he thinks he is so smart that he's going to claim now, and of course, Cayman Prep sitting here defending him like a bunch of idiots. He's claiming that, his account was private. Really? How private is private? Because if we can talk about your private parts, let's ask the question, how private is private? Because look at what he does. He has at least 6 people comment 31 people like it. Plus, he actually tagged other people in it. Say what? This is supposed to be a private post? Cayman Prep, shame on you for not even understanding how social media works, that you would have the nerve and audacity to send out this email to parents last week. We get into the email. Give me 1 second. Deborah McLaughlin. Yes, you, some of y'all Caymanians make me seem to be a Caymanian, you know, honest to God. And you happen to be one of them, but we're going to get to you. Don't worry. You coming. Okay. So, they address both the original post and then they address this post that we posted on May the 6th with his photos. So he claims his defense is this was private. This was a private account. Well, what I can tell you is when the person sent it to me originally in, and these are different people sending it now, by the way, when this person sent it in January, notice what they said. His open Instagram account. When I found this email last night, I went back to them and said, are you sure the account was open? And they said, yes. And then he locked it a month after. So I suspect that he's now creating this story, backtrack story, right? To claim that his account was private when he only made it private after he discovered that it was starting to make the rounds and starting to circulate. That is what I believe that's happening. But I want to make it very, very clear now. That apparently his defense is this was a private account. They even went as far as, how did you get these images? I'm like, it's called Nunya. I got it, Nunya. Nunya business. Instead of you being worried about how I'm getting a picture of you butt naked in the shower. Why would you even post this on social media? I'm assuming you're in a relationship. This is your boyfriend, your husband, whatever. I don't know what kind of relationship y'all got. But my thing is, why? Why do you need to post a butt naked picture of yourself when you work in education? This is not an OnlyFans moment. Now, it's not lost on me what the text actually says here as well. Hear what the man's saying in the text. Preparation, secret garden party with an, what does it say? Aspal? I don't know what the hell an aspal is. Then he says the calm before the carnage. Heart emoji, devil emoji, angel emoji, and 2 laughing emojis. Dude, okay. Let's hope that your children don't know how to read at Cayman Prep either. What do you say? This is the calm before the carnage? Because you're going to have carnage at a party? Yeah, okay. That sounds very, very professional for a teacher. Let me tell y'all something. Last week, even Elray picked up on that. He's like, what the heck? Yes. Last week, I think it was last week, someone sent me some videos of a government teacher, okay? And they were like, what the hell is this? What's going on with this teacher? I sent it to the department, the Ministry of Education. And you know what they said? They said, we are going to deal with this. I said, okay, I will allow you to do so. What I did not hear was excuses. What I did not see was the school taking the time to pen this absolutely ridiculous letter, excusing his behavior. Now, let me read it. It's kind of tiny. So I'm going to read it for the benefit of everyone here and tell you guys how far Cayman Prep has slipped. Now, if they don't want to be affiliated with their Christian ethos, by all means, get rid of it. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to be a Christian school. I'm saying that if you're claiming to be a Christian school, then maybe you should start acting like one. That is the foundation upon which Cayman Prep is based, right? So they send out this absolutely tongue twister, ridiculous email. This is the likes of something that I have not seen. This is what it says. Dear CPHS, primary parents and guardians. The school was made aware on the 6th of May, 2026 of a post on Cayman Road's Facebook page and Instagram referencing Cayman Prep in high school, which included private images. Here they go again, thinking that that's an excuse. Private images of a member of our staff. I wonder what he told them. I snuck into his bedroom, into his shower and took that photo. What the heck do they mean by private images when you're posting it on social media? We'd like to reassure you that the school takes this matter very seriously and is working with legal advisors. Yeah, right. Was the legal advisor the one who emailed me on Saturday to say, can you take the pictures down? And it was a private account and blah, blah, blah. Is that your legal advisor? Y'all need to do better. They go on to say an investigation was immediately initiated and is ongoing. Our findings confirm that key aspects of the post are inaccurate. Well, that's because you believe liars. And I'm going to go on the record here today and say that I do not believe Mr. Robert one, that this was always a private account. It may be a private account now, Bobo, but that's because you know that the pictures started to circulate in January. So they come with this, our findings confirm the key aspects of the post are inaccurate. The images were taken from the staff member's private social media account, accessible only to a limited group of trusted friends, poor him, and were not publicly shared as indicated in the 6th of May post. The individual has advised that their privacy was breached by someone within this trusted circle, dummy, and they have removed the images as soon as they became aware of the breach of trust. No, he didn't remove the images. I mean, he may have done that too. But what he did in January when he became aware of the breach is he locked his account. That's what he did. Now, Cayman Prep, I would challenge you, since y'all claim that you're investigators now, I would challenge you to carry out a real investigation and have him prove to you that his account was locked forever. Because the person who originally sent this in January, as you can see in their message, says that the account was open. This was their initial email. There was no prompting. There was no nothing. They said, and I quote, flaunting his sexuality and body parts on his open Instagram account for all of Cayman to see. Now, who am I going to believe? Well, this is where I depend on the old sage knowledge of Aunt Lottie. Who has a reason to lie and to provide a particular narrative of what actually happened here? Well, the original person who sent it, like I said, I don't know who they are. They're upset about these pictures, but I don't see why they would have to lie about the account being opened or closed. Now, Mr. Robert has an interest in this. His job, if Cayman Prep was a decent school, his job would actually be on the line. And I say big if because I'm not so convinced that they are anymore. So he has more than ample reasons to be dishonest and to claim that his account was private. These pictures do go back a ways. So I do not believe that these pictures showing his manhood, sexually, what's the word that I'm looking for? Sexually suggestive photos. I do not believe for 1 second that his account was always private. I believe exactly what it looks like. You know what they say? Looks like a dog, smells like a dog, wags its tail like a dog. It's probably a dog. Barks like a dog. It's probably a dog. Okay? And I confirmed again. What was the state of his account when you sent these pictures? The person said open, wide open. El Ray says nothing wrong with some background music for this segment. Lord have mercy. So there you go. There you have it. Now, those of you who try to defend this, teachers must have a personal life. I could give you a slew of cases that demonstrates, right, that people all over the world, and I do mean all over the world, would not tolerate this kind of behavior in schools. If you want to be, you're entitled to private life. But if you want to be a school teacher, let me say this, you got to pick and choose, right? You can't be a school teacher and have an OnlyFans account at the same time. You can't be a school teacher and wanted to let it rip with carnage and your naked body all over the Cayman Islands. Pick and choose your battles, honey child. Pick and choose what actually matters to you. Because this ain't it. This is definitely not it. I'm disappointed in parents. I saw one lady, she commented, I'm a parent at Cayman Prep, and I don't see anything wrong with this. I'm like, of course you don't. You know, we have imported all kind of standards, and listen, I am not a prude. I don't think I am, you know, maybe by some of y'all standards. I don't consider myself a prude. I'm not around here Bible thumping on nobody's head. I'm certainly not thumping the Quran or anything else. You know, you're free to live your life, but I think that we have to be realistic. When you're in certain positions, there are expectations of you. Child safeguarding, right? What's appropriate and not appropriate. Children are indeed very, very impressionable. And so you have an obligation to do better than this. Why on earth do you find it necessary to flaunt all over the place your body like this? I mean, what's the point? Anyway, the school goes on to say that neither the director nor the principals had any knowledge of these images prior to the post being published. Well, shows how much you guys know. We have a duty of care, really, to both our students and our staff, and this remains our priority. The staff member involved has been placed on leave to allow them time to process the impact of this breach of trust. I'm not so sure that I understand what that means, because that could be taken in two different ways. And I know some of the people who sent this to me said, what breach of trust are they referring to? So it can be interpreted that he's now on leave to process his breach of trust that he has with his students and with the school? Or are they saying that his breach of trust because some friend in his very trusted and very close group, over 30 people like the damn images, like seriously, like what, right? This very close group breached his trust. So I'm not sure which way they meant it. I would hope that they meant it, his breach of trust and his fiduciary duty to his students and the school. But the way that Cayman Prep going, supporting this guy, only God knows exactly whose breach of trust they actually mean. That's not very clear. But anyway, they go on to say that we recognize that this situation is distressing for those involved and for members of our wider school community. And we ask that it is approached with sensitivity and care. My God. We also ask that the individual be afforded privacy and respect at this time. Are y'all kidding me? Deborah McLaughlin, who helped you write this? What? Then she goes on to say she's a school director. I heard she's retiring. Thank God. Safeguarding of our students and staff is central to everything we do, including protecting the dignity, privacy, and well-being of our school community. The publication and sharing of such material risk harm not only to the individual whose privacy has been violated, listen to this BS, but also to the wider school community. We urge that all individuals kindly refrain from sharing this content and request that all members of the community act responsibly and respectfully. Wow. Where's my kaboom for stupidity button? Kaboom! Deborah McLaughlin. Say what? You guys, his privacy be respected, his privacy violated. That's what you are worried about? Are you all cray-cray? What the hell? You cannot be serious. I mean, for God's sake, you guys should be looking to terminate this man. And yet you're trying to protect his privacy? What? This is next level. What is going on at Cayman Prep? Oh my God. No, sir? I am flabbergasted. I cannot believe it. I mean, on the face of it, they seem to be believing this guy with his stories, and they seem to be, defending him. Wow. Wow and wow. Ultimately, you guys need to do better. You guys need to really, really do better. Okay, you look like you work out, you got a great body, you want to do the OnlyFans, route, go do that. You can't have your cake and eat it too, as the old folks would say. You cannot be a school administrator and then on top of that, turn around and want to be flaunting your privacy all over the place. Aliano says private account on the internet? What a joke, right? How stupid. I've seen people in group chats sending out stuff, and then when it's shared, they get all upset about, private in the group chat. Meanwhile, they got hundreds of people in the group chat. I'm like, really? Are y'all that stupid? How can you have privacy in a group chat with hundreds of people? I'm telling you that once you have divulged something to at least one other person, it's no longer private. Not in this day and age. So anyway, Mr. Robert, thinking that his private parts are truly private when he's the one flaunting the pictures all over Kingdom Come. Raymond, good morning, sir. Says open accounts of this nature is advertising for everyone, even kids, knowing you are a teacher. That's my position, 1,000%. It's the position that you're in. And if you would be this reckless, not for nothing, but let's process this a little bit more. Okay? Let me try to understand this. If you are this reckless to post a naked photo of yourself on your social media account, that to me really questions your judgment. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just in relation to the naked picture. It now makes me question everything about who you are. And I think that that is a sad indictment of the entire school. And so it makes me wonder what the actual expletive is going on here. Y'all can defend this all you want, but it's not flying with me. I'm not comfortable with this. And if I were a teacher at Cayman Prep, a parent, my apologies, I'd be calling for his head on a silver platter. He needs to go. Go and live your best. His title is head of academic, and he oversees assessment, inclusion, and staff development. Mr. Robert Wan, I wonder what he's developing him for. Lord have mercy. I mean, where is the ethos for this school, right? What does this school now stand for? I don't know. I simply do not know. Anyway, we're going to get to the principal here in a second. Before we get there, there is an unrelated but somewhat adjacent story to this, right? And thank you, Marshall says, nothing posted on social media is private, Mr. Teacher. I mean, how dumb can he really be? Real Deal says, but yet Pratt will fire a teacher for being pregnant out of wedlock, selective Christian principles. Clearly, I mean, did Jesus condone posting naked pictures on social media back in the day? I'm pretty sure he didn't. KY Forever says it's given P. Diddy / 50 Shades. Definitely 50 Shades. Raymond says, funny thing is, bad news right around the corner. Just wait. Soon see more. It's a combination of the photo and the text for me. The caption, okay, about the whole carnage thing. I mean, dude, what on earth? And then tagging other people and still expecting privacy. Here's another one. Almost 100 people like this, but yet this is a private account, he claims. He got 99 likes in this one. And in this one, he says, what does it say? Twerk boys and turquoise. You see the text that goes along with his post makes it so much worse. Dude, what is wrong with you? Robert, what is wrong with you? Twerk boys, like twerk boy and turquoise, 3rd year running with our OF only. And then he puts in brackets, only friends, Christmas shot. You know, playing on the OnlyFans, double meaning here, OF. He's stupid. This guy is really, really stupid. Now you've wasted $500 on a lawyer sending me a letter that when I saw the original email and these additional pictures, I'm like, dude, you have no legs to stand on. Go sit your behind down. Go sit down. You're being ridiculous. Talking about only friends. Really? What was the caption on this one? More trunks courtesy of, and then he tagged multiple people again. Another 50 people like this one, which is a close-up of him in his swim trunks and a little bit too close for his, I don't need to see your junk in the trunk like that. Okay. So he put himself in hot water and he wants us to take it down. Well, I wrote a response to his lawyer, 2 or 3 pages long, and the short response was no. I said, okay, since he claims that it was private, I'll remove that bit. But now after my email last night, I see that I had within all rights to say that it was public because I don't believe Robert. Don't believe him, none at all. All right, let's talk about your behavior, folks, in public, because y'all seem to really be confused about a lot of things, okay? When you go out in public and you act the fool and you misbehave, you seem to still think that you have a right to some degree of privacy. And I'm flabbergasted by this. Now I'm talking about this lawyer. She's a partner at Augier, apparently, went out, decided to have, looks like 1 too many drinks. And initially we got the video, and the video then was like, you know what? Oh, before we move on, Sarah has a different opinion on this. So hold on, because I know y'all like to defend foolishness, but here we go. Sarah says, there's a difference between journalism and public humiliation. Targeting a teacher's private life online and encouraging outrage feels far more like cyberbullying than genuine concern for children. Professional conduct at school matters, not manufactured social media outrage. Okay. So this is an example of the opposite side of the spectrum and what you guys obviously think. I would love to know where you stand on this. So let's do a poll, right? Are you outraged by what teachers do in their private lives, specifically this teacher, but even generally speaking, what a teacher does on social media, on OnlyFans accounts, et cetera, does any of that matter to you? That's the question today. That's the poll question, right? I'm going to actually put it in the, let me just see here. I'm actually going to put it in the WhatsApp channel because I'd like to get as many people voting on this. What a teacher does / posts on social media. Let me start over. Home. Does it matter to you? What a teacher does or posts on social media. On their personal, and again, it wasn't private, personal social media pages. Do you care about what they do outside of school? And I'm going to tell you how this can have a very, very interesting outcome when you say no, that you don't care. As Sarah has said here, she doesn't care what people do. That's his private lives. Who gives a cahoot? But Sarah, I could point to multiple examples. And I do mean a whole slew of multiple examples where jurisdictions all over the world, even in the United States of America, right, where they have terminated teachers for this kind of behavior. So it's fine for you to think that this doesn't matter. Oh, this is, what was the term that you used? Encouraging outrage, targeting a teacher's private life. How can it be private when he's posting it on social media? You honestly, I mean, I'm assuming you're a parent. You really don't care about this? This doesn't bother you one bit? Wow. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but I must admit that I'm a little bit surprised. This is crazy. But once again, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm wow. Okay. You know why child safeguarding matters? You know why you actually ask personal questions of teachers and you do adequate background checks on people's personal lives before you hire them to work for children? Because their personal lives do matter, Sarah. It's not just about being upset over nothing. This stuff should matter to you guys. The type of people that you have around your children, the behaviors that they are engaging in, their moral compass, their standards should matter. That, in my humble opinion, is part of child safeguarding. Please go vote now. The poll is live. Okay? So go ahead and have a vote there. The question being, does it matter what a teacher does or posts on their personal social media pages? Do you care what they do outside of school? Because those things go hand in hand. I'm telling you as parents, as someone who knows a little bit of something about protecting children, you should care. There are always signs there, right? Whether it's the professor at UCCI targeting underage kids for dating purposes, trying to get in relationships with them. His personal life had indications all over it that he should have never been hired in the first place, right? Whether it's the one that went to jail for thousands of pictures of child pornography. Oh, if y'all were looking at some of the decisions that these people were making and some of what they were engaging in their personal lives, you would see the signs were there. YouTuber says, OMG, Sarah, please have a seat with the trigger phrases. It's easy to call into question my journalistic integrity. I guess we're going to use that word. First of all, this is a talk show. And we've actually not written a story about this yet, but we will certainly be putting up probably an opinion piece on this as opposed to story. But this is just me being a member of this community. That's what this talk show is about. I'm a member of this community and I'm a parent. Would I be bothered if right now I found out that one of my daughter's teachers was engaging in this kind of behavior and posting this stuff on social media? You better bet I would. I would have an issue with this. And I would certainly be bringing it to the attention of the school. Just like I did, I had no connection at the time to CIS, but I can tell you when they had their teacher, once again, posting stuff on her private, that was private, paid for account, naked pictures. We did a whole story on that. And you better believe CIS addressed it. They terminated her. Now imagine CIS is not even a Christian school. And their response was much more appropriate in the circumstances than what this response is from Cayman Prep. Greg says most schools' code of conduct requires students to behave in a certain manner because their action reflects on the school. The same principle should also apply to teachers. Well, they have a code of conduct for the teachers. So this is where I'm confused when we hear these comments about, it's his private life, blah, 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 blah. I bet you if a student went out there and did it, as Greg rightfully said, or a student is out in the streets misbehaving and whatever, they have every right to remove that student. But no, we're just throwing it all to hell in a handbasket. KY Forever brings up the Filipina teacher in the BRAC. She was actually not fired. Y'all didn't stop complaining until she was fired. Y'all are pathetic, and parents and adults that are responsible for these children. She actually did not get fired. And again, I will be the first to tell you that I was really surprised that she didn't get fired. There were pictures of her, although I guess to defend her a little bit, none of those pictures showed her face. So there's a certain assumption. I've obviously not had the displeasure of looking at her private parts or any other woman's private parts. But let me just say that I don't know what her official response was to that. I mean, supposedly it was like, oh, these are private pictures with the husband or one or two boyfriends. I don't know. And somebody was upset and put them out in the public. But again, there was an allegation made that those pictures were actually on an OnlyFans style website. The mistake was nobody screenshot them on the website. You see, you got to take screenshots when this information comes to you so that you can have the evidence, right? Pat says, see, the stats. Child abuse is on the rise in our islands. More participation in child safeguarding classes, please. So to be clear, KY Forever, they did not fire her. No, she didn't lose her job. She's back on the job. Carrie says, I know that only one school in this country actually checks the background and social media potential teachers. Best school in the country, and I'm not referring to any government school. They're a royal mess. So not those messes. And it's also very, very common for employers of any kind to check one's social media account for this type of behavior. I guess Cayman Prep doesn't care, so they're not checking. All right, let's move on to the lawyer now. And we're going to talk about her. Let's take a quick commercial break. And then I'm going to tell you what sort of a hot mess this one is.
The Economics and Statistics Office, ESO, is currently conducting the annual business surveys until June 12. The surveys collect information to answer questions like, how did the economy perform in 2025? In 2025, how much did foreign companies invest in the Cayman Islands? The surveys include all relevant entities that produce goods and services in the Cayman Islands. The surveys are confidential under the Statistics Act and are exempt from the Freedom of Information Act. Your response matters. Do your part. Fill out and return your survey forms to the ESO. Remember, better data, better decisions, better business. For assistance in filling out the forms or for more information, visit eso.ky or call 244-4676 or 244-4600.
All right, so we have this attorney. Apparently she's a partner at Ogier Law Firm. And she was the lady who was at Kimata Bay, I think it was weekend before last. Looks like she had one too many drinks after coming out of the movies. I don't know what the deal was, what was really going on here. And she was dancing and carrying on a bit. And so a number of people, the initial video was shared saying, oh, look, her name is Kirsten Lapham. Yes. And she's a partner in the regulatory and investment funds practice with more than 18 years experience for financial institutions and asset managers on regulatory compliance and sustainability issues. So here she is. And, the initial video of her was sent in to just say, look at this young Caymanian who kind of stepped up and assisted her in getting home safely. Now, this is a thing, and I thought about it when the person first sent it. I said, well, this is certainly better Then the other young Caymanian who was in court, he was vindicated. But remember the gold guy who ran for public office? He was in court for taking advantage of a woman, probably in perhaps a similar condition, where she was intoxicated, got in a taxi cab, and fell asleep. And then she alleged later on that he sexually assaulted her. And for the record, I believed her 1,000% after listening to her testimony. But, you know, ladies, wow, Cayman can be a dangerous place. And you guys just throw caution to the wind. You don't seem to care about anything. And you make really, really poor decisions in a moment of having one too many drinks. So Kirsten was having a good time, you know, dancing all over the place. I'm sure you guys saw the video, acting a bit silly. And there were other people who reached out and said that they were actually uncomfortable by how she was going on with the young man, the moves that she was trying to make on him, and they expressed those concerns. Now, we shared, I think, one or two of those comments, and immediately one of her friends, and I don't know, sometimes as a friend, the best thing for you to do, quite frankly, is to just keep your mouth shut, right? You're a friend, but you're a friend that's kind of lacking in common sense. You know, on this program, we often talk about the Barbra Streisand effect, where you amplify something by going on and on and on and on and on and on about it. So that's all this friend did. This could have died a natural death. This would not be a conversation today. This would be a non-issue. But for the fact that her friend decides to reach out, demanding that we take down the video, the post, and then coming up with a million excuses as to why we should do so. Now, I don't take kindly to threats. I mean, I think you guys should probably know this already, but in case you missed that memo, I'm gonna stress it for you a little bit more. Okay? I don't like people threatening me, especially when they have no legal basis on which to do so. So they start out by saying that they are going to find out who sent this information to me. Lord Jesus. Y'all need Jesus. Can we just have a moment here? Okay. I'm writing with respect to the post that you have made about a girl dancing. Well, last time I looked, she doesn't look like a girl. She looks like a full-grown woman, I understand, with children and probably a husband. But they say a girl dancing as though she's an underage child on Saturday evening, which has been taken out of context. The event involved some harmless dancing together with others. I didn't see anybody else's dancing, but okay. Who recently saw a screening of Michael. Okay, what's Michael? Sorry. With others dancing as well, though only this latter part of the video has been shown. So other people are dancing like this woman and carrying on? I find that hard to believe, but you know, people say make up anything when the time is convenient for them to do so. So let me just have a look here and see if I can find the original video and the original person who sent the video to ask them who else was there dancing. But anyway, this is what they claim. Then they say the video in itself is not problematic. It is the subsequent planted posts that have been made, which have identified this individual's workplace, which are at issue. Okay. Use AI to help you out, okay? Which are at issue and has caused severe mental distress. Oh, say what? So, because your employer, no doubt, Ogier, now saw you drunk and belligerent in public, dancing like a fool, trying to grab onto this young man, and other people who were there in a public setting made their own observations about this, it's going to cause you mental distress? Okay. How about you guys stop engaging in behavior? Huh? That is going to put yourselves in mental distress. This is nobody else's problem. This is nobody else's fault, right? People are allowed to share their opinions about seeing people carry on in public or posting stuff on public platforms, etc., etc. You in this day and age should have the common sense to know that you cannot dance and go on in public and somebody act a fool and someone is not, for whatever reason, going to record it, going to comment on it, or going to think that it is very, very interesting. Yeah. So I can't be sympathetic to each and every one of you in your mental distress about, oh my God, here I am acting a fool in public and now my boss knows about it. Yeah. Okay. What do you want me to do about it? That's the question I have to ask. What would you like me to do about it? That's on you. That's your behavior. That ain't got nothing to do with me. If you cared so much, maybe what you should have done is engage in better behavior. That's all I'm saying. So they go on that if true, the posting of such content might be acceptable, but we have on good authority that these were manufactured and planted posts. Listen to this now, boy, y'all into conspiracies big time, by somebody who had a campaign of abuse towards this individual for up to 8 months, now causing serious mental distress, which has already been reported previously to the police. And the ramifications of this mental stress, boy, y'all mental, perhaps can be seen towards the end of that video, as this is not a characteristic of the individual. What? I said, what? Did a 15-year-old write this? So they're having mental stress, and it can be seen at the end of the video as this is not the characteristic. Yeah, it's called when you're drunk, you might act a little bit different. You might act out of character. That's why if you know you can't hold your liquor, you don't drink. There's good reason why I don't drink. I might be crazy. Y'all need to know your limitations, right? Now, there were accusations that she was, from a parent there, that she was drinking in the theater, that they had snuck in their liquor. And, her behavior obviously demonstrated someone who had one too many. Yeah. Now, I don't know anything about nobody, this accusation. And then they go on to talk about how the individual who's been harassing the featured woman has colluded with acquaintances to provide ongoing comments and submitting these posts to you, and have these friends share these in their large networks on social media. Here we go again. Which would otherwise be uncharacteristic for socialites. What? She's a socialite? Let's continue reading, because this is low-key, funny. This email is actually kind of funny. All right? Uncharacteristic for socialites who typically post pictures of themselves in expensive locations to suddenly find it necessary to then post to their networks this update on your website, and is purely done to cause further distress and harm to the individual. The seriousness of which bullying tactics has come very close to costing this person her life. It seems disproportionate to cause this much mental distress and damage to someone, to somebody's long-standing career, over the malicious attempts of an individual who has created ongoing who has created ongoing to stress in numerous ways for 8 months, but continue to keep these follow-up posts on that website. It was hard reading it. And for mortality perspective, I would urge you to consider removing these follow-up posts. Okay. We have cited many. I'm not making this up. This is how it reads. We have cited many messages which collaborate that this malicious individual has been involved in submitting these anonymous tips, which are fabricated and have caused deep distress, a couple samples of which are attached here for reference, although there's many others. It is preferable, It is preferable that the contents of this email please remain anonymous, I'm sure. But I would be happy to discuss and verify further information surrounding this on a telephone call if you would like to provide a number that you would answer. This is also not the first occasion this individual has destroyed other person's career and mental health, as I understand it. One such example currently pending in a U.S. court, it was so serious. I don't know what this person is talking about. Then they go on to claim that they're going to get an investigator, a lawyer, to find out who provided this information to me. Wow. Okay. Well, you can get all the lawyers in the world that you want. They're not going to find out who provided the information. But here's the kicker. I actually don't know what the hell this person's talking about. Right? They sent multiple emails and they go on and on and on and on and on about it. And I don't even know, because what I can tell you is the person who actually sent the message, which was like, you know what? They saw this video and they were like really disturbed about this, that an adult could be acting in this manner. Then to find out she's a partner in law firm, that was like, whatever. She's not a socialite. I don't know what, y'all are crazy. You know, they were a bit disappointed. The person who sent that to me, not for nothing, but hold on. The person who sent that to me is someone who is known to me. You know, there are times I get messages from people I don't know. This is someone that I know, and I know quite well. And this is just an average little Caymanian. There's not nobody into their socialite community who's concerned about their nonsense. No, this is someone who's just like, Sandy, I saw that video. And what on earth was this woman doing? You know, I'm a little bit disturbed by it. Hugging up on that young man was really inappropriate. This is a Caymanian mother of 3 who sent me this comment. There was zero, she does not even know this woman. I can tell you that. So this person is all up in their head about this is some personal vendetta against Kirsten. Sounds like Kirsten has had some drama in her life. I mean, what the hell? But you see, because her friends got a hold of it and people at work got a hold of it, or as you're probably thinking now if they should terminate her backside for the way in which she was carrying on in public, embarrassing them, this is where it becomes a problem. This is where it's like, oh my God, she's a socialite. And these socialites, normally they don't concern themselves with that. They just want to post how pretty they look in their designer outfits, you know, their Gucci handbags and this and that, blah, blah. You know, all this proves is that socialites love gossip too. If they are socialites, I don't know who the hell these people think they are, but they claim they're socialites, whoever they are. You know, the rich of Cayman, the privileged of Cayman, right? This must be the privileged expat community. That just means that they love CMR and they love the sauce, although most of them don't want to admit it. There you go. Mm-hmm. That's the truth. That is really what's going on here. And you want me to do what about that? I don't care. Maybe she should have thought about her position before she went out there doing the most in the streets. That's all I got to say about this. Other than that, I don't give 2 cahoots. Okay, this is not on me. Don't be trying to stress out my mental health about this woman who couldn't behave herself. You feel like you need a lawyer for somebody's opinion on how people are carrying on in public? Then go knock yourself out. Get your lawyer. Maybe what you should do is get her therapist if she's so bothered by her own behavior, so that she does not continue to engage in this behavior in the future. So they did send screenshots of, I guess, people sending it to each other. Honey child, that is what happens, right? When you engage in this kind of behavior, yes, it spreads like wildflower. What's the word I'm looking for? Wildfire. My apologies. It spreads like wildfire, and that's to be expected. You guys don't get a pass, my apologies, because you're rich and you think you're somebody. I don't care, right? If it was a little Caymanian engaging in this behavior and doing the same thing, they would get put on blast. Y'all would be laughing at them too if you cared. You only care about this particular young lady because, okay, she's in your inner circle. She's a friend. She's an acquaintance. She's a partner at Ogier, and this makes her look bad. Good. Y'all need to know what it means. The same rules that apply to everybody else, applies to this Kirsten lady as well. She's nobody special. She doesn't get a pass. Who her mama is, who her papa is. We don't care, actually, is the bottom line. Y'all have got to do better. It's as simple as that. If you care about your reputation, then what you do is you actually pretend like you care about your reputation. So sending me screenshots of people discussing Kirsten in their little chats, I don't care. Okay? What I can tell you is you're actually completely misguided on this one. Whoever you think, and I don't know who has a vendetta against Kirsten. I don't know whose cat she stole or who was upset with her or whatever the case may be. What I can tell you is who you think sent me those messages was not who sent those messages. So, I don't know I don't know what kind of drama y'all got going on in your uber rich lives about this one harassing this one and this one, the bridge troll somebody put in here. She made Mall Road twice tonight. Yeah, she did. How about she not go out drinking and acting the fool? Don't come then and try to put your stress on me, okay? Because I am not going to take it on. Marshall says just reading that email is enough to give anybody mental issues, right? Be careful of white women tears, says Natalie. Well, listen to me. Your white woman tears, your black woman tears, whatever, it really doesn't matter. Mood Mender says somebody will humble you, Sandra. Aw, poor thing. Hope others are listening who are out there sending you video too. What? What are you talking about? I'm humbled every day. I am legitimately humbled every single day, but thank you, Mood Mender. So nice of you to join the show today. Aliana says people drink at home. Trust me, I was pickle as a skunk on Monday and rode home from West Bay. Woke up Tuesday shamefully. I hope you meant rode home as in somebody drove you home and you're not drunk. Johan says, FYI, Cayman doesn't have socialites. We get people that we got people that won the Cayman Super Lotto by living and working in KY. Mm-hmm. Will all the drunken behavior, dancing, whining, and debauchery be given the same energy during Carnival? Bad Banu and all fets were folks just letting go and doing their thing, hashtag just saying. Well, Johan, if you were paying attention instead of eating all that chocolate last night that I heard you were eating, all the Ecuadorian chocolate, you would know that they always do. How many times we don't sit here lambasting people? You can go back for years on social media. You see, this is the thing for me. When your moral compass is real, right? And you are legit in what you say, what you say doesn't change depending on who is engaging in the behavior. So I'm not picking on this woman, Kirsten, because she's white and has a few dollars in the bank account and she's a fiduciary lawyer and blah, 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 blah. I don't know her. I don't care, right? Just like when I post the little Caymanian or the Jamaican out there falling off the truck at Carnival, and we talk about that. If you'll recall, several years ago, we called out a young lady who was whining and grinding up on a toddler at Carnival. You see, for me, it doesn't matter. I don't care who engages in the behavior. If the behavior is wrong, it is the behavior that I have a problem with, not the person. Okay? So I don't care if she's a wannabe socialite. I don't care how much money she has in the bank account. And I didn't actually make any commentary myself on her behavior. I simply shared the video, which the whole point was that the young man who took the video wanted it shared to say, you know, let's applaud this young man because he did a good job ensuring that she got in her vehicle or in a taxi or wherever he was trying to push her. She didn't go out there driving and drinking or hopefully getting a taxi where somebody would be taking advantage of her. Yeah. So instead, other people saw it and they had a very different observation and a very different comment to make. They are entitled to their opinion. They are entitled to share what they thought of her behavior. They're entitled to say, you know what? I actually saw this woman in the cinema and I was really surprised to see her bringing alcohol and sitting there drinking and getting a little bit too sauced up. Yeah, that's their opinion. And we live in a society where people are entitled to their opinion. So if you don't like it, it's not me that you need to be getting up in your feelings with. What you need to do is maybe go have a conversation with Kirsten. Ask her why she felt it necessary to go to a public place like the movie theater and sit down and drink too much. Because that might be indicative of her mental state. But it ain't got nothing to do with me. And you claiming that someone else there's someone else who sent this in who has a vendetta. What I can tell you is that simply is not true. Because I know the person who actually sent the comment about, wow, I'm uncomfortable about how she was trying to grope on this young man and go on and et cetera, et cetera. All right, someone says, sounds like AI wrote that letter and someone forgot to proofread before releasing it. Piss poor grammar and legalizing. These law firms need to stop writing like everybody frightened over some words that when strung together make absolutely no sense. That was in relation to the other guy earlier. This person says, good morning, San. Don't take it down. You know they like to get embarrassed when they threatening you. Tell them put up some more and try and stop people. He looking man to get other men attention with those little Speedos. Lord have mercy. Morning, Sandy. Yes, I care for what teachers post. Also, wasn't this woman stating publicly that she worked at Ogier's and was a partner? I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't actually listen to the video, you know. So I don't even know what the hell she said in the video. Did she say that? I'm trying to find the original person who sent it. I'd have to go back into my messages because, like I said, I get so many messages. But anyway, excuse me, I got a tickle. My sinus has been acting up since my high altitude trip. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to see, when was that video posted even? When was that? But yeah, you know, what do you say? You play stupid games, FAFO, you know, it is what it is. Let me see if I can find the original person who sent that video to me. But, you know, I feel like they're trying to make this about, oh, this is a conspiracy theory, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? Conspiracy theory? Y'all need to relax yourselves, man. It's not, it really isn't that. I mean, I don't know what else is going on here, but I can tell you, quite frankly, that, you know, she looks like she just had one too many drinks. And so now she's featured on Mall Road. And by you messaging me, all you do, again, going back to the Barbara Streisand effect, is you make it so much more than it really had to be. But get your lawyers. Y'all have money to waste. Y'all should be putting some of that money into the Cayman community and donating to the poor children from Windsor Park and stuff like that. But instead, y'all have money to waste talking foolishness about you're coming after me. You're gonna find out who sent this. I know Zeus is here, like he's crawling up in my leg. He's like, honey child, please. Right? Right, Zeus? Right, Papa? That was May the 2nd. Does she say that? I mean, the way she was going on, was there any profanity in this? Can we play it later on the show? Zeus, you think we should play it later? He's like, yeah, let's play it. Yeah, I don't know what her deal is. I mean, good luck to her. It's very possible. The reason why she's drinking so much is she probably does have mental health issues, but you know, how you deal with that is you actually go see a therapist. Don't go out drinking and make it worse for yourself. I mean, that low key makes 0 sense. I'll see who sent it. It must have been around the 1st of the month. I can't remember. Hi. How can I help you, sir? Even Zeus is outraged. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hi. Zeus, tell him you're not about to be twerking out here in these streets. Ugh. Say, oh, no, I'm not. How can I help you? I think you've already been walked. What is it that you need? You just want to show people how cute you are with no Speedos on? Is that what you're doing? All right, you got to sit down in the chair. Ugh. Stay. Good boy. All right, let's move on to Cayman Prep. This person says, if the first part of what was happening was videoed, which is actually videoed under the video cams of the security cameras many times, she mentioned she was a lawyer pointing at the bystanders. Oh, so she was the one who was going on and on and on about being a lawyer. Oh, okay. Well, good for her, I guess. I mean, so yeah, what a hot mess. Johan says, mood mender, I'm cutting Auntie Sandy off after the show. If it's bad for your health, do not read it or follow, etc. I'm just waiting for my last batch of her crack brownies. Oh my God. All right. I hope Dart banned her from coming back. Well, you know, the person said maybe we should have requested the security footage. I don't think the security footage would be released under those circumstances, but what a hot mess and then some. All right, let's get to Mrs. Strand now, who is the principal at Cayman Prep. And we got to talk about the hot mess of an administration that she is running and why parents and teachers and everybody else, except the board, seems to have an issue with this lady. By the way, I'm told reliably that her husband works in the governor's office. Oh my God. What a tangled web we weave. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Spring Labour Force and Quality of Life surveys conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office begin Sunday, April 26th. The Labour Force survey collects information on employment and unemployment in the Cayman Islands, while the Quality of Life survey gathers feedback on well-being, financial security, community belonging and overall life satisfaction. Trained interviewers with official ESO ID cards will visit randomly selected households. All interviews are confidential under the Statistics Act, and no individual information will be published. For details, call the ESO hotline at 51633329.
For the past 58 years, CUC has strived to be more than just an electricity provider. We have sought to be a foundational company. We give back to our community, and with the hard work and dedication of our employees, we have built and maintained one of the safest and most reliable electricity grids in the region. As we all look to the future, we at CUC want the Grand Cayman community to have confidence that our commitment to you will continue. Join us as we continue this journey together at empoweringcayman.com.
All right. Next up, this is like Hot Mess Monday or something going on here, is this lady. Her name apparently is, hold on, let me get it, Strand. What's her first name again? One second here. So she's the principal at the primary level. Sasha Strands is her name. And boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know what is going on at Prep, but I do know that the situation there seems to be getting worse by the day. So she's the principal. Her job, by the way, is being advertised. Someone said that it was seen in Wednesday's Cayman Times, and it's asking for 10 years of international leadership experience. And they said, they sent me her resume, and they said this is the first international school that she's worked at. So immediately her renewal should be questioned. Oh, I see. So they're trying to pull a fast one here, and they're asking for 10 years of international experience. When she got the job, the point this person is making is that she did not even have 10 years of international experience. We'll be sending that over to WORC so that when they see that, they can certainly question why that is in there when she does not even have it. And in fact, they say, look at her employment history, and you'll see that her employment history is lacking. And we have all of the evidence here. And the other observation that was made in relation to her employment history is the she had three positions that only lasted a year. And we all know that's because the school found her obnoxious and so moved her on. And they said, look at this. The proof is in the pudding, Auntie. Have a look at this. Woo-wee. Yes, sir. Now, here's an interesting observation here. They said in this, and I don't know if this is all online when you Google her name, but it says her leadership faced public scrutiny at both her UK and Cayman appointments. In Kent, at the Bishop Chavis Primary School, in 2022, local news outlets like Kent Live reported that an anonymous whistleblower raised concerns regarding leadership, management, and safeguarding at the school. Wow, what a hot mess. Of course, they say the investigation was carried out by the school, and claims of an unstable work environment or high staff turnover formally investigated. They denied the claims. Well, that is so interesting. As a school administrator or teacher or senior, the fact that bad news keeps chasing you is probably not a good thing. Let's get into some of the letters now that have been submitted. What I will say is, this is a lot, okay? However, it would be so much more if teachers and parents were not afraid of retaliation, okay? So there are others who wanted to say more. They were very, very adamant. Oh my God, I have to remain anonymous. This woman is very vindictive. The school is vindictive. These are parents and teachers who are still working there. And so if the school found out who they were, of course, their students would be kicked out. One parent even said, oh my God, my child is participating in an activity soon. If they find out that I'm the one, if they can identify me, I don't trust that they will not harm my child on a school trip where they're going away. I'm like, what? Say what? To have your child in an environment where you can't even trust the administrators and the teachers not to harm your child because they're upset at you is crazy. Crazy. I would never in a million years have my child going away on a stayover trip, track and field, whatever the heck it is that they're doing. I don't know what it is that they're doing. But to have your child go with people that ultimately you're saying that you cannot trust. Wow. Y'all understand what I'm saying here? That is how fearful these people are. Cayman Prep, y'all need to have a national day of prayer and try to relocate your compass because you have lost it. But I can understand why parents are feeling the way that they do when you have the school administration putting their head in the proverbial ground and sending out messages like this one, right? So when we first posted that, oh God, here we go, it came on Prep again. Miss Deborah McLaughlin gets on the keyboard, tickety tick. Dear CPHS primary parents and guardians, we are aware of a recent social media post discussing staff departures and making claims about Cayman Prep in high school. We understand that commentary of this nature can understandably raise questions and cause concern. As with all schools, yeah, okay. CPHS experiences staff transitions from time to time, often for a wide range of personal and professional reasons. While we're always sorry to see valued colleagues move on, well, we know that's a lie. I don't know why you even trying to lie, girl. Please. These changes are a normal part of school life and do not detract from our strong commitment to students' learning, well-being, and continuity, of care. CPHS takes the well-being of staff and students seriously and have established policies, procedures, and governance structures to ensure concerns can be raised and addressed appropriately, fairly, and confidentially. Wow, you are clueless. These processes remain available to all members of our community. We want to reassure families and staff that our focus remains firmly in providing a safe, supportive, and high-quality educational environment for our students. Planning for the upcoming academic year is well underway, and we remain confident in the strength and stability of our school. We ask our community to rely on direct communication from the school rather than social media speculation. Should you have questions or concerns, we encourage you to raise them through the appropriate school channels so they can be addressed constructively. Thank you for your continued trust and support. Kind regards, Deborah McLaughlin. Wow. When you retire, they're going to miss that blinkety blink kick. Oh, thank God it's almost 9:30. Thank God it's almost 9:30 because I can call you what you really are. Let me read the first article, and then 9:30 will come around. The first letter. This one, this parent said that they were sending it in anonymously. Hold on. Let me read the preface to this, and then I'm going to, because again, everybody wants to remain anonymous because this school is just, oh my God. These people are just crazy. No, sir. So this parent said, my name is being withheld at this time, but my story and the stories of my children deserve to be heard. I'm the parent of 3 children, all of whom attended Cayman Prep, both at the primary and high school level. Over the course of their combined years at the institution, my family endured repeated, documented experiences of racism, classism, and targeted bullying that were consistently minimized, ignored, and in some cases actively condoned by members of staff. I'm coming forward because I believe I am not alone, and I know I'm not alone. And silence has protected this institution long enough. And they still have children there, and that's why, at this stage, they wanted to continue to remain anonymous. All right, 9:30. It's 9:29. Technically, I think the radio's off at this point. We're going to cut it off, whether it's off or not, honey Jill, because I can't hold my tongue when it comes to Cayman Prep anymore. We had Robert Bodden. By the way, the Robert Bodden, who works at SEMA, has reached out and said that he is not, is it Robert? Yeah. And he's actually issued a statement. I'll put that statement up later on today, that he doesn't know what account that is and who that person is, but he's like, that is not me. So people have actually been reaching out to him saying, oh my God, you're posting all this crazy stuff. This person's a Trump supporter. Not Robert Bodden, Patrick Bodden, my apologies. And Patrick has said, he's a manager over at SEMA. He said, please tell your listeners that that is not me. And he's actually issued a statement about this because it looks like it's a fake account. and they have decided to use his name, which, I guess Patrick is not such an uncommon name, but they paired it with Bodden, and he's just like, look, this ain't me, right? I'm not the one posting this stuff. That's not me, so he wants to remove himself from he doesn't even have a social media account. So he's asked us to post a statement on his behalf, and we will be putting that up a little bit later on today. Here's the problem, right? So this Patrick Bodden person said that I have some issue with Cayman Prep and that I should be talking about what's happening at CIS. First of all, I don't have any issues with Cayman Prep personally. I told you guys coming out of Montessori, we had applied. It took them about 5 years or something ridiculous to get back to us claiming that, okay, there's finally a spot that had opened. By then, we already found a school. My daughter's perfectly happy in, very engaging. The teachers are engaging. They're qualified. We don't have any problems. So I'm definitely not about to move her and put her anywhere else. And here's the kicker is, God works in mysterious ways, as some old people would say, right? Because if she was at Cayman Prep, probably all of these exposés and complaints, I would be not necessarily conflicted, but maybe I would have a very different perspective as someone who's then a parent at that institution. I don't know. But what I do know is that in case any of you were wondering, I need to get some more tissue for my sinuses. In case any of you were wondering, why would I have something against Cayman Prep? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't understand. I'm going to have something against the educational institution because of what? I didn't go there. I don't know anything about Cayman Prep. What I do know is a lot of these schools have a long and extensive and historical, these are nothing new. The allegations of racism and classism, right? I've got cousins who went to school and at these, prep and to some extent even Catholic, and they were talking about, and these cousins are in their 50s now, well seasoned, and they're talking about how at Cayman Prep, or Catholic, they were being called the N-word. Yeah. Oh, you little black nigga, you little Georgetown nigga, and it was acceptable. The teachers didn't care that much. The school administration didn't care that much. But back in those days, there was no such thing as mental health and whatever. You were bullied on a regular basis. And I guess you just had to take it or punch them in the face, and then they might leave you alone. So this is an FOFO segment on a Monday. Lord Jesus, that I have to start out the week like this. But seriously, Cayman Prep. Here's what I think overall before we start to get into some of the details, right? I have nothing against you all as an institution, but my observations as an outsider listening to the complaints from teachers, parents, even some administrators, is that you guys are woefully blinded to the truth. You refuse to acknowledge that you've got some serious problems. When you can send out a letter telling people that they must rely on direct communication from the school rather than social media, you have lost the plot. I know for a fact that some of the parents who are still complaining for years have tried going through your channels, and you have failed them and their children time and time again. You have got to have zero tolerance for bullying in schools, racism in schools, classism in schools. But when it is happening at the highest levels of your organization, when it's top down, it's coming from the likes of this, what her first name is, this Strand lady, right? You have really lost the plot. And so you think that people are going to come to me as a first resort to air their complaints about a school that has a really good academic record? That's why most people want to go to Cayman Prep, because, they've done well academically over the years. And so they want to, even if it's like learning by osmosis, right? Even if your child is not the brightest, you still want your child to be in that environment to say, ooh, they graduated from prep. So when they go out there in the real world to get a job, to continue their education, that carries some weight to say that, oh, they graduated from Cayman Prep. Even if they were an average student, you're still kind of like, yeah, they must have got a good education. So nobody comes to me to complain on a whim. That just doesn't happen. People come to me because they're fed up. They're sick and tired of being sick and tired. All of these years, all of the back and forth. It's just ridiculous that I have to yet again be talking about Cayman Prep. If you guys had any shame, which I'm questioning based on the correspondence that is coming out of the school, if you had any shame, right, you would now be ashamed of yourselves that here you are being featured on Ma Road yet again. Every time I see a Cayman Prep child getting into Cambridge or doing well academically, you guys are winning this, that, I'm so proud of those young people. Because in spite of the stresses that obviously are happening at those schools, at that school, they're still performing well. But I'm here to tell you something. In case you missed the memo, there is going to be a point in time when all of these other issues are going to catch up with your academic excellence. You can only remain academically viable for so long before the racism, the classism, and all these other issues, the hemorrhaging of staff and all this other stuff, having an administrator that nobody seems to like. It's only a matter of time before those problems seep into your academics as well. And that's when you guys are going to then start to pay attention, and that's when you're going to care. But you should care before it gets to that point. All right. I'm going to grab some tissue from my sinuses. My apologies. They've been bothering me since my trip. I was at 10,000 feet. The altitude really has done a lot to my sinuses. So let me do that. And then we're going to start to get into the details of what people are actually sharing about Cayman Prep.
The Economics and Statistics Office, ESO, is currently conducting the annual business surveys until June 12. The surveys collect information to answer questions like, how did the economy perform in 2025? In 2025, how much did foreign companies invest in the Cayman Islands? The surveys include all relevant entities that produce goods and services in the Cayman Islands. The surveys are confidential under the Statistics Act and are exempt from the Freedom of Information Act. Your response matters. Do your part. Fill out and return your survey forms to the ESO. Remember, better data, better decisions, better business. For assistance in filling out the forms or for more information, visit eso.ky or call 244-4676 or 244-4600.
The Spring Labour Force and Quality of Life surveys conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office begin Sunday, April 26th. The Labour Force survey collects information on employment and unemployment in the Cayman Islands, while the Quality of Life survey gathers feedback on well-being, financial security, community belonging and overall life satisfaction. Trained interviewers with official ESO ID cards will visit randomly selected households. All interviews are confidential under the Statistics Act, and no individual information will be published. For details, call the ESO hotline at 51633329.
All right, folks. My apologies, folks. I'm going through. Just grab some more tissue for me. Oh, thanks. Oh my gosh, my sinuses are killing me. Huh? What you said about use a rag? I don't think that could help. All right, hold on. Let me mute while I blow my nose again. I'll have to get back to my nasal irrigation. I'm going through like a whole roll of tissue here. All right. So let us look at what it is now that people are saying. Okay. Letter number 1. And like I said, there were some people who spoke to me who wanted to provide some information, but they were afraid that if they gave specific examples, the school would know exactly who it was submitting the information. And so therefore they were afraid that their children are going to be targeted. My God, so sad. This one says the racist incidents my children faced were not isolated. They were ongoing, escalating, and met with either indifference or outright dismissal by school administration. My son was told by a fellow student in a classroom setting that the only thing he would ever be good at was running from police. My apologies. This was not said in the hallway. This was not whispered behind closed doors. This was said openly in front of a teacher. That teacher did not correct the student. That teacher did not discipline that student. And in fact, that teacher laughed. Wow. And that teacher still had a job? Damn. The parent goes on. That laugh was not just unprofessional. That laughter was a message to my son, to every child in that room, that his dignity was worth less than a punchline. My children were referred to, I think they meant to say it says my children were referred to using deeply offensive racial language. I think they meant that they were used to it, but anyway, that might have been a mistype there. But anyway, one of my children was also called a cotton picker, a term rooted in the darkest history of slavery and racial oppression. These are not the careless words of children stumbling through immaturity. These are words that carry centuries of pain. And when children use them, it is the responsibility of every educator in that building to respond with the full weight that these words deserve. Another of my sons was targeted for both the color of his skin and his appearance. A student looked at him and said that he did not want to touch him because of his dodo hands, a direct reference to the color of his skin. My child was made to feel that his blackness was something dirty, something shameful, something to be avoided. He carried that. Children should never have to carry that. Then they go on to the school's failures. I want to be clear about something. I do not believe that every child who said these things was born hateful. Many of them are likely repeating things absorbed from social media, from content they consumed online, perhaps from conversations they overheard at home. Children are mirrors and they reflect what they are exposed to. This is precisely why schools must act. The role of an educational institution is not simply to teach mathematics and science, it is to shape character, to establish that certain behaviors carry real consequences, to make it unambiguously clear through suspension, through intervention, through decisive and transparent action that racism in any form will not be tolerated within those walls. Cayman Prep has failed that test repeatedly. Racism was never addressed directly. It was never spoken about openly. There were no assemblies, no consequences, no accountability. It was brushed aside, minimized, and quietly buried until the next incident, and the cycle continued. Then they say the impact on my children. The cost of this institutional failure was not abstract. It was deeply personal. It was measured in my children's mental health, their self-worth, and their futures. Multiple children, not just mine, but children across this school community developed depression as a direct result of the environment that they were forced to navigate every single day. They went to school afraid. They came home broken. They began to question their own value. My oldest son's experience became so severe, so relentless, and so unaddressed by the school that he was ultimately forced to leave the Cayman Islands to attend school overseas. Wow. These are Caymanian parents, by the way. Wow. Let that sit for a moment. a child born here, raised here, had to leave his home, his family, his friends, because the school he attended could not guarantee him a basic level of dignity and safety. This is not a small thing. This is a failure of profound proportions. I'm not coming forward to destroy a school. I'm coming forward because schools must be held accountable, and because the children still inside those walls deserve better than what my children received. Oh my God. That gave me chills as a parent. You know, I certainly feel a way about it. I mean, wow. Unbelievable. That kind of hits hard. That kind of hits hard. Unbelievable. Wow. Okay. Next one. And there's lots. So bear with me. I'm writing with respect to the post you have recently made. Oh, no, that's the dancing girl one. That was the friend. Never mind. We finished with her. All right, here's another one. We put that one directly in file 13, which is the actual trash can. All right. I'm a former student of this school, and for many years proudly supported it both as an alumni and parent. It felt like a place that nurtured students and encouraged growth, which is why it was deeply disappointing to see the experience I had over time. Initially, my child had a positive experience, and any concerns we raised were handled appropriately. However, as the years progressed, I began to notice a lack of transparency around academic placement decisions and support within the classroom. Despite strong performance academically, opportunities for advancement often felt unclear, and requests for clarification were met with vague responses. Okay. Over time, my child began to feel increasingly discouraged and unsupported in certain learning environments. Concerns were raised with school leadership regarding interactions that negatively affected my child's confidence and emotional well-being. Unfortunately, I did not feel these concerns were handled with the seriousness, care, impartiality that parents should reasonably expect. In some cases, their concerns were initially dismissed, only for aspects of the situation to later be acknowledged, while they still attempted to create excuses. The overall impact on my child became significant enough that we ultimately made a decision to move schools in order to prioritize well-being and emotional health. Since then, my child has regained confidence, is thriving academically, and once again enjoys learning. How sad is that? Oh my God. You know, when children don't enjoy going to school, how hard that is for a parent? All right. Similar concerns later arose involving another child of mine who remained at the school. After several positive years, there was a noticeable decline in confidence and willingness to participate in school activities. Attempts to address concerns with school leadership left me feeling unheard, and at times I felt communication and handling of sensitive matters lacked appropriate consideration for students' well-being and parental involvement. Over time, it also began to feel as though opportunities within the school were not always being offered fairly or consistently. Whether intentional or not, the impact on a child's confidence and sense of belonging, my apologies, was very real. I remained silent publicly for a long time out of concern that speaking up would negatively affect my children while they were still enrolled. However, there comes a point when a parent can no longer ignore patterns that they believe are affecting their child emotionally, academically, and socially. This is not about attacking individual teachers. It is about accountability, leadership, and the responsibility schools have to ensure every child is treated with fairness, encouragement, respect, and care. The school I have admired no longer feels like the institution it once was, and I sincerely hope that meaningful changes are made so that future students and families have a more positive experience, especially the Caymanian students and families. Mhm. We can talk about that disparity as we continue. Here's another one. Cayman Prep and high school, the demise of an institution from the day Strand stepped through the door. Well, I'm not so sure it's entirely about her, but it seems like she's made it worse. Here's what this one says. As an aside, Principal Strand believes that she's untouchable. She's a liar and a bully, and many, many teachers and families have left the school and moved to wonderful schools such as Island Primary, St. Ignatius, and CIS. In September 2023, a new principal, Sasha Strand, joined Cayman Prep, and when she first joined, I remember her first address to the parent body. She harped on about her experience or lack of as a principal and declared, I have been sent to turn this school around. That's how she had saved many failing schools. The audience shifted in their seats. We are not a failing school and never have been. We questioned whether we were in the right meeting. What a hot mess. She continued in the same frame of referring to her beloved institution as a failing school and that she would sort out the school and make it excellent. Little did we know what she would destroy. Little did we know that she would destroy her school, demoralize and bully both the staff and her children, and damage beyond recognition, an institution that I and many others consider to be part of the family. My parents, as well as my brother, and I went to the high school and had a wonderful education. I was thrilled when my children were offered places at the school. I am now so relieved that they are in the high school, which still maintains its values, and I'm proud to say that my children go to the high school. However, my experience and those of my children in the last couple of years at the prep site for the younger children will not be recalled with fond memories, rather with dread and despair. Damn. As we watch their friends leave and teachers resign due to the treatment that they were subjected to by the head, Sasha Strand. Until I saw it, I would never have believed that the school could be so changed to such an extent that the teachers and members of administration would be lining up to leave. As parents, we had always been welcome to school to hear readers and were prided ourselves on being able to help children in our spare time. Soon after Ms. Strand started, she stopped parents coming to read or even help. Fast forward to the Christmas party, 1 hour long, with children working in the morning. Though we knew the teachers would ignore this, parent helpers had to arrive at a specific time. Any early birds were turned away or told to wait. And then an ungrateful announcement over the tannoy from the deputy at the time, Samantha, told us to leave immediately. They put that in quotes. Oh, hot mess. Children told me that Miss Strand's dad visited the school and her husband and son have as well. Strangely, my child said that she introduced her son as Mr. Strand, not even mentioning that it was her son, although all the children knew him. Her lack of warmth towards her son was definitely noted and queried, and was a sure sign of things to come at the school. Oh, Lord have mercy. In the first year, there were many accidents, as she insisted that all children played on the field before the children had staggered breaks so that they had lots of rooms to play safely. So they said before they had staggered breaks. Now, I guess she was saying all of them at one time. Okay. She even allowed small children to play games in the fire lanes. We requested that the fire department visit the school during playtime. They did, but she ensured that they did not see the playground until after the children had returned to their classrooms. Oh, maybe we need to tell the fire department about that. Many of us also questioned the safety of having so many fences positioned all over the place. The gates only opened one way and could well lead to confusion and panic in the event of a fire. Whenever I had to pop into school, which was a most unwelcoming experience, particularly if seen by Principal Strand or her deputies, the teachers looked so unhappy. Within weeks, she had placed a huge sign by the entrance specifying that drop-offs would not be accepted. So if a child had left his packed lunch in the car or her hat, then I would be chastised for dropping it back to her. Okay. I know that deputies and break times have increased for all teachers, that duties, and break times have increased for all teachers, with some even having to stand on duty by the bins due to another harebrained scheme of using the old court in the car park as a place to play for the youngest children, with no shade, no toilets, and no water facilities. Along with the fact that cars could drive up near the court at any time, this idea was yet again encouraged by Strand. What a hot mess. We used to have safe drinking stations at the primary site. They were hygienic, counted the number of bottles filled, were cool, and also easy to clean. Miss Strand decided to remove them and replace them with hand washing sinks. Why? I asked myself. She seems to change things for change's sake. These sinks were starting to rust within a few months as they were not designed for outside use. The children and I witnessed this. When collecting my children were placing their mouths over the tap, spreading germs left, right, and center. The water was warm and they could not be properly cleaned. And more recently, a child developed strep throat because of the high bacterial count. Jesus. Children were encouraged to wash their hands, but there was no towels to dry them. So they wiped their hands on their clothes. Some playground equipment, which has been introduced over the past few years since 2023, is falling apart. And parts of one piece is falling apart, and parts of one piece in one of the playgrounds was being dug out by the children. Other equipment is not suitable for the playground that they were put in, either too high for the year group or it is too low. Playtimes are carnage with so many children playing in such a small area. Serious breaks of limbs, head injuries, and the like are commonplace. Wow. Despite parents raising these concerns, nothing has been done. There was nothing wrong with the different staggered playtimes throughout the day, which allowed all year groups to have plenty of space to run around. It also appears that so many teachers need to be on duty that children have said that their teacher has complained about not having a break until the afternoon, if at all. This one's long, I told y'all. In October, we had our first inspection. In the October, we had our first inspection under her. A close friend told me that she had given some staff members a script to memorize in case they were asked any questions by the inspection team. Strand insisted that all feedback be given to her, along with what questions staff were asked and how they were answered. Yes, control freak. She better control Mr. Robert posting his naked pictures online. Anyway, I overheard her saying that she had written everything herself for the inspection. The reports, however, from the previous inspection and that one were virtually the same. The only difference is that it included a long description of her then newly introduced reading session. The reading session, Love Reading, should have been renamed Hassle Reading. Parents have come into school at 2 p.m. and read with their children until 2:20. This in itself causes no end to problems. Parking is a major issue. I cannot count how many times I have stood outside the school waiting to be let in. By the time we get in, the kids, the time has already finished. The children whose parents cannot attend are in tears, and quite frankly, to leave work for over an hour for a few minutes in the classroom before returning to work is absurd. I've asked if it can be moved to morning so it does not disrupt the entire working day, but of course it cannot be done as it is a sensible change. Sasha Strand changes things which don't need to be changed. I was invited to attend an assembly. She had insisted that the children be in columns instead of rows. Columns instead of rows. Okay. I remember past assemblies before her time, they were orderly. The children were quiet. The children were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The assemblies were interesting, exciting, and involved the children. They sang beautifully. They had hymn practice each week and a wonderful music teacher called Miss Ems. With the school now in columns, they fidget and fuss and they talk to their friends. I don't know. What are columns? I don't understand that. What do columns mean? Teachers can't reach the children easily as the columns of children are squished together. Okay. So the columns like group like this instead of like single line, I guess. The children sang to a video which sounded the words for them, so most at the back did not bother to sing. Sasha Strand kept telling them to be quiet, but they were not. She tried to tell them a story, but they were not interested with anything but that. She said it was time to pray. Some children clasped their hands together and laughed throughout the prayer. It was a Christian school. She says she's a Christian, but I fear not. She tries to paint a picture of how she's a good Christian with her prayer groups, and yet she's more like the devil in disguise. Snaps. The principal began telling us that the children the principal began telling us what the children could have for snack. She did not realize that many of the older children have swim training before school and break time, and they needed pasta, etc. An apple is certainly not enough to sustain my child for long after his swimming lesson. I remember when my child came home and said that they were only allowed 15 minutes break to eat, drink, and visit the bathroom and play. It was the start of the second term. She howled. She was so worried as to how she would manage to do it all that she became anxious. She did not want to go to school. She lost sleep over it. Despite constant reassurance from me that she would get used to it, she did not. I moved her to a school that she was happy in, and several other families moved their children to. It was the best decision I ever made. When they changed the timetable, I asked for a copy of it as I like to know what my son is doing. I was told by the teacher that they had been told by the head that they could not share the timetable with parents. What? So I got my child to write down every lesson in a book. It seemed bizarre that we could not see the timetable. I watched her at sports day. Every so often, she would grab a child, tell them to smile at the camera, and then discard them. Virtually every photo in the newsletter is of her alone or her with a child. My child detests her and avoids her whenever she can. Mr. Strand demonstrates rudeness and arrogance at every turn she speaks with staff. I've witnessed her tell teachers that they're wrong and that they should have spoken to her. Micromanagement to the extreme. Sasha Strand needs to be removed from her current role. Teachers and families that are leaving are doing so because they're being bullied and targeted. People that stand up to her are being bullied and targeted. The board knows of the issues that are in the primary school, but they are turning a blind eye and hoping it all goes away. My kids loved computing. It was a sponsored room by KPMG or someone like that with comfy chairs and stools, and every child had their own desk and computer. They would sit on the carpet and watch what they had to do on a huge screen. Then they'd go off and do it, referring to the screen if they needed to. Imagine my horror when the kids came home and said that they hated the new computer room. They had turned the classroom into computer room, and they had turned the old computer room into classroom, and they had chopped their art room in half to make space for offices or rooms for I don't know what. At the junior block, we had a fabulous music room. It was big enough. It led through to the stage, and they had lots of space to move around. For at least a year, this music room became a dumping ground filled with old boxes, and the class of 25 were squashed into the tiniest room with no space to move a violin bow without poking someone's eye out. What in the world possessed them to change the space into a tiny room which did not have enough plugs for each child to have a keyboard, let alone space for each one So they shared. Oh my God. My encounter with the head teacher at primary was dreadful. My eldest child had told me about the name and shame assembly, where children who have misspelled items were placed up on stage by name to collect the items. Misplaced. My apologies. I was like misspelled. Children who'd misplaced items were called up on stage by name to collect the items. My youngest was called up and she was very upset. And I spoke to Ms. Strand about it. She said it didn't happen and called my eldest child a liar. But I know that it did, as many children complained about it to their parents too. Anything she could change, she did. She has no consultation with any parents regarding the changes. She built a fence in the car park, which reduced car parking space. She moved the entrance to enter kindergarten. So we were wadding in mud. The change had not been completed fully before the start of the new term. She came in and did whatever she wanted, and no one confronted or questioned her about it. In our first, and I think what this is bits and pieces from different parents. So this is like a compilation that this person has sent in. I'm going to sit down because this is low key a lot of shit. I mean, hold on. Oh my God. I need to take a seat. I've been standing for, I went back to standing during the shows, but Jesus Christ. Since I went back to standing, this is the first one I got to sit for because I can't, No, honey child, this is too much. All right, here's another one. In our first celebration assembly of 2024 became a name and shame assembly for lost property. Yeah, this is a compilation. It was upsetting for the children. Their names were called and they had to go in and get the items that they had lost. My child came home in tears saying that she had lost her class house points because she had to go and get her water bottle because she had left it in a bench during lunch. And when she went back, it was gone. She cried and cried. I spoke to other parents. Some were not aware, but others were. When for a head teacher to be so mean and call children up on the first celebration assembly, Fridays before school became a never-ending panic in case she was called up again, as she did not want her friends to call her names. Here's another one. My son has awful penmanship. It is scrawly and difficult to read, but he tries really hard. To his horror, he was taken by Miss Strand to another classroom where he was shown selected children's handwriting. She told him off in front of the other children for having such dreadful handwriting. And there was nothing stopping him from having handwriting as beautiful as theirs. My son, who is severely dyslexic, but she obviously had no idea and did not consult with his teacher before embarrassing him. Wow. White Rose. We are sick to death of White Rose. What is White Rose? It is being used less this year. My children come home and say the same thing, that they had a boring day because they were copying off the board the whole time. There is no time for fun lessons or extra play because all the classes have to do the same thing at the same time. People come round and check that the books all match. There's no challenging work and the children are not allowed to move on to expand their work. They're not critical thinkers. They are not critical thinkers anymore. They are just copy from a board and told exactly what to write. I wonder how long the new staff will be at the school. I wrote a painful but necessary decision, which was put on CMR. Please tell Miss Sandy that she can use as much of that as she likes on Friday's show, because we were originally going to have it on Friday. Okay, last time we had a discussion about CPHS, it was loads of people calling in saying how wonderful the school had been when they were there. Can we stick to the current crises this time, please, and make sure people realize that as an institution of greatness starting at primary, the high school staff now fear they will have to do twice as much work to get the kids where they need to be before GCSEs. They have seen the upcoming work from primary and recognize it is not a patch on what it used to be as the primary school uses slideshows from Oak Academy in most subjects. This is fine if you have to teach online, as it gives parents some guidance. But for decent teachers to be forced to use Oak Academy materials is abysmal. Why are parents even paying for their children's primary education when they could stay at home and teach them using the same resources? I really question what the primary school is doing. The behavior has gone downhill in the last 2 years or so. When I used to visit children, would all say good morning. They would hold doors open. They'd walk sensibly. Now they shove people out of the way. They scream and yell. They run all over the place. What has happened to discipline? My child is being bullied constantly. I mean, this just goes on and on. I told Miss Strand who the children are, but she does not seem to take it seriously. There are no consequences. My child says that they are told to say sorry, and they continue doing it. My son was naughty at the primary school, and he told me that he had done what he had done, and I was expecting a call from the school. I ended up calling the school and was told, oh, he's fine. He did some reflective coloring. Oh my God. I questioned what that would do, and they said it helps him reflect. Oh, Jesus. The prep side of CPHS is literally collapsing, says this other parent. The Christian values have disappeared. The director's retiring. That's Deborah McLaughlin. More teachers are leaving, and not even teachers that have been there for 2 years and has used prep as a stepping stone, but teachers who have been there for a long time. When I'm out shopping, I see teachers that have left in the past few years, and they're smiling and happy again. They say leaving that school was the best thing that they've done, as it is referred to as a toxic environment with the wellness of the staff at the bottom most part of anything. The only way to try and salvage the school is to get rid of the head teacher, Sasha Strand. It would have been much easier for the board to say that they got her appointment wrong and they should not have chosen her. It's a shame that they haven't had the balls to rectify the situation, because many of their wonderful teachers who ensured children had a stable and loving environment with familiar faces have left. It's a shame that the board didn't call out the head's lies. She manipulated the facts to make a massive movement of 200 parents look like a personal grudge held by two people, and then they let her get away with it. Oh my God. Woo! And there's more. Oh my God. This one says, Dear Miss Sandy, this is April the 15th, by the way. These things have been coming in. I'm writing to you as a concerned member of the local community to suggest your consideration of a developing situation at Cayman Prep Primary that may warrant a journalistic investigation. It has recently become known to parents and community members that all 3 kindergarten teachers at the school are leaving at the same time. This level of staff turnover, particularly within early years education and within a single academic cycle, appears highly unusual and raises serious questions about the underlying causes. While staff changes can occur for many legitimate reasons, the simultaneous departure of an entire kindergarten teaching team has caused growing concern among parents regarding school leadership, staff well-being, continuity of care for young leaders, and overall educational quality. Informally, there's a perception that issues related to school leadership and management practice, specifically involving the head of the school and principal, may be contributing factors. However, these concerns have not been openly addressed or explained to parents. To date, communication with families has been limited, and no clear or transparent explanation has been provided regarding the circumstances surrounding these departures or the measures being taken to ensure stability and accountability moving forward. Given the significant impact that leadership culture and staff retention have on early childhood outcomes, I believe this is an issue of legitimate public concern. An independent professional inquiry by journalists could help clarify. why all kindergarten teachers are leaving simultaneously, whether staff concerns were formally raised and how they were handled, what oversight mechanisms exist to address leadership or governance issues, how the school plans to safeguard student welfare and learning continuity. I'm not seeking to assign blame, but rather to encourage transparency, accountability, and constructive dialogue in the best interest of the children and community. A fair and balanced investigation could provide parents with much needed clarity and ensure appropriate scrutiny where it is warranted. Thank you for your time, for the important work that you do in holding public institutions to account. I'd be grateful if you'd consider looking into this matter. Wow. Damn. I need. This is crazy. What is really going on? El Rey says, sounds like Strand needs to go. So the top leadership, that's this lady here, does appear to be a problem. And I'm not saying everyone is unhappy with her performance, but I am saying that it appears that quite a few people are unhappy with her performance. And they pointed out examples. I mean, it is interesting how quite a few people said, oh, she just likes to change things for the sake of changing things, right? She came in claiming that she was going to turn around and fix a failing school. I mean, Cayman Prep, the issues are not new, but nobody would consider them a failing school. But she says that was her remit. I'm just like, what? Kathy says, sound like someone has too much control and no oversight. What is the purpose of the board? What are they there for? I don't understand. What do they do? So she's just allowed to do whatever she wants with no checks and balances in place. Here's a few more. This one says, I can't believe that the principal is still there. This came in last week. She's a total bully and liar, but the board, the director, even the church don't care. And this is an ongoing sentiment. Jess, that's my question too. So in all of this, where is the school board? I don't know. That would be my question. El Rey says, are the children hearing racist comments at home? I wouldn't doubt that. This person says, morning, many Caymanians are leaving prep and high. 3 teachers from the same year group have handed in their notices, all due to Principal Strand and her bullying tactics. Last year and the year before, more Caymanians and permanent residents left the school for the same reason. When is it going to end? Why is the board at Cayman Prep and High not listening to staff concerns? Well, it seems like they don't listen to staff concerns. They're not listening to parent concerns. They're not listening to anything. My apologies. So I don't know. Where is the board in all of this? Irvin says, wow, CP needs a deep flush. Johan says, that story is utterly disgusting and unacceptable. It reflects how many people that come here and raise kids or speak in front of their children. It demonstrates the fundamental lack of respect for Caymanians and persons of color in Cayman. Some people are way too comfortable and demonstrate zero interest in mutual respect, real integration, and building a better Cayman for all. Yeah, the racism thing is low-key shocking, really. How can you come to a Caribbean country and island and talk about you're a racist, you're a Larry and Linda, calling people the N-word? Like, did you forget where you just landed, Bobo? This is the Caribbean. Diversity. Like, what the hell? That's why when I see people came in and talking about, oh, we shouldn't be celebrating emancipation, I know they done fall down and lick their heads. And that's part of the problem. Good morning, caller.
Hey, morning, Auntie Sandy. It's me. I didn't listen to the last bit of the show, but I listened to the first part where you were talking about Cayman Prep. Just wanted to say, I think, well, first of all, let me acknowledge our youngest goes to Cayman Prep. I'm not calling anybody a liar. Everybody has their experiences. Everybody goes through different things, and I can see in certain instances that it's not the all-encompassing, welcoming sort of environment, because it's a beautiful thing when you see the kids from abroad that are able to coalesce and merge and become friends with the local kids. And I think that's what life is. If you're good, and positivity attracts positivity. But there are too many people in Cayman, and I don't want to make this about prep school. There are too many in Cayman that just fundamentally want the benefits of being here, like the money that they make from being here, but they don't want anything to do with the people that they found here. And sometimes they don't do a good job of suppressing that, hiding that. Because the one thing that is certain in Cayman, it doesn't matter whether you're dealing with a school, a job, or anything else. A lot of people with money that never had it before they came here assume that they made it, because Cayman is a golden opportunity for many people that come here and for people that work hard. So it isn't just about or so on and so forth. But what I will say, if you are prepared to stand up, speak out, and nobody's going to be Sandy Hill, nobody's going to be Johan Mox, and we can only be what we are. But all of this anonymous sort of stuff, we have to, and we owe it to our children, to our people, and to our country. Make an appointment, go and see people that matter and that are decision makers, go and speak to a board members, demand a meeting, and try to address some of these issues, because in every situation, in every school, in every workplace, there are going to be issues. Whenever you have a problem, you obviously have a massive platform and a lot of people listen to you, and you are the voice of Cayman. But we'll only be able to solve the issues and address them if we man up or woman up and put on or find the courage to go and address these things. Because what they can do, they can't beat you, they can't hurt you, and God forbid should they take it out on your children. Because if you are worth your salt, you will never allow anybody to effectively, because they don't like you, seek retribution or mistreat your child, whether it be for manners, for academics, for appearance, for whatever. But we all have to agree on certain things. This thing about color and class and money makes me special. This is Cayman. Everybody got a chance to make some money. Everybody can get a nice car, but we can't change the color of our skin. We can't change our accents, and we can't change the fact of where we come from. But what we can do whilst we're in Cayman is try to be mutually respectful of one another. But more importantly, if you come here and you think that there are things about Cayman and Caymanians that you don't like, you got two choices. You can try to understand us better. You can try to integrate. Normally, if kids are playing with each other, that's the best place where to start with that. But if you legitimately have a problem and you're xenophobic, you could always leave. It's really simple. Nobody's begging you to be here. Nobody is holding a gun to your head for you to be here. You've obviously found some benefit of being here, and it's probably an economic driver that has caused you to come here. But what we as people, and especially Iranians, cannot do is we cannot tolerate anybody mistreating, being disrespectful, and being blatantly xenophobic and racist towards our people that we live here, we born here, we're going to die here, and this is here. It's kind of like, if Cayman isn't working out for you and you're trying to create where you come from, that's not going to work. You can probably go back home. But the most important thing is to have an honest conversation about what you like and what you don't like. I'll say this, Miss McLaughlin, I hold her dear to my heart. She taught me from the time I was in 4th form and in 6th form, and she's educated thousands and thousands of Caymanian kids, and she's been in the education system a very long time. She's a first-class teacher, and a lot of us who had troubled childhoods owe a lot to Miss McLaughlin, who took an extra interest in us. And not just me, there were several of us, I won't call the others names, but she was there when a lot of other people just dismissed you as being bad. So
is it possible that some of these people who've been in the system forever have just checked out? I mean, do they no longer care? Like, I'm not sure. No, I don't personally know her, so I can't speak to anything. But
I would never say that Miss McLaughlin doesn't care. Miss McLaughlin cares about everything.
So why is the board and her as the director of the school not adequately addressing these concerns, because people are listening to you and they're saying, please tell Johan that the teachers have done that, parents have done that, and still nothing has been done. It's the lack of response, I think, that is concerning.
No, that might well be the case, but I'll tell you this, if I walk into a room and even until I have that conversation, I get a response. So writing an anonymous email, writing a this, writing that's great, and that's not part of the process, I guess, if you want to air the issue. But when you really care and you want something addressed and it's about your child, you're not going to just...
Well, I don't think that that's what's going on here, because I can tell you that at least 2 of those persons who have written in, now they're sending anonymous letters to us because they don't want to be targeted. Those are teachers I know, for parents, my apologies, for years that have been back and forth with the school trying to resolve these issues.
I don't doubt that. And I do understand that sometimes people turn the volume down on people and they want to pretend that you're just an alarmist or you're just a this, you're just a that. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you this, if every parent cared about their situation, their circumstance, about their kid, the way that you do, the way that I do, and there's a lot of great parents, you're not going to allow yourself to be ignored, and you're not just going to be frustrated because the only thing that we have in this world that we can call our own is our children, and nobody worth their salt is going to allow anybody to mistreat, ignore, and abuse, whether it be mentally, physically, emotionally, your child, because we don't pay the fees that we pay for that to happen. But what I'm saying is, in part, unless we are prepared, Sandy, you and I disagree about so much, it's not funny. You know that, I know that. You come to mine, I come to yours. We cuss and we do whatever we do. But you will pick up a fight for any Caymanian as long as they got sense and they've done it the right way and they told you the truth. Any Caymanian that I know that is my friend, that is a good person, any expatriate as well, and their kid connected to my kid, I can go to bat for them as well. And all I'm saying is, this isn't a Cayman color issue. This is a people not rallying around each other to try and address the situation and fix it. And I'll also add this, there are some parents, and I've met some of them, and I know that I shouldn't probably say that, there are some people that just live to moan, groan, and complain, and they're experts at everything. And unless you listen to them, you're the idiot, you're the ignorant local, you're the loud local, and blah, blah, blah. So you got to be very careful that not everybody that talks about, an issue gets it. Because if you don't want your kid to drink from a water fountain for whatever reason, don't you think you should give your kid a water bottle and make sure that they got their...
Well, I think, but hold on now. To be fair,
using that as an example.
No, I understand, but I think the point that these parents are trying to make is that this woman is making changes that are illogical and don't make any sense, and even wasting money. So that several examples were given. Right, that example was given as, okay, this was a change that was made, and the question is, why was this change made? It's not something that helps the children anyway. It's not, so. Listen,
but hold on, one second. Whoever's in charge of the school answers to somebody, and somebody does an assessment of those people. If you, me, and John Brown and Mary Smith effectively are dissatisfied with how something is run, don't you think that we owe it to ourselves to try and get on the school board or on the board of directors or on whatever the governing body is? Because that is the area where you can change things. But how many Caymanians and how many people come here legitimately want to make the time to do those things? A lot of people complain.
Listen,
but a lot of people
I know that, again, I'm going to go back to, the 1 or 2 parents that I know who have been active. They've been on the PTA, that they were told the same thing. So they said, okay, let me get more involved. And they still have seen zero significant change.
Well, I feel bad for those people. I feel bad that the circumstance didn't go, or the situation didn't improve under their watch. But the only way to make a change is to roll your sleeves up, get on board, and push for it. No one's going to ever tell you no. When it comes to me and mine, especially my, you know what he is to me, he's everything. You really think that I'm just going to sit on a board and go, well, I can't make a change, so I can just sit here and sulk? No. No, that's the problem with us as people. We are passive. Caymanians, we are the most passive people in the world, and we moan and we groan and we bitch and we complain. But let's really talk about what we want. Set up our stall where if it's 5 of us, 10 of us, 20 of us, let's really rally around what's important, because there's nothing more important in my mind than the welfare of my child, your child, and anybody else's child, especially because they aren't doing anything bad. You see what I'm saying? So
all right.
I just think I owe it to ourselves, and if we want change, like anything else, we got to work for that together.
Thank you, Johan. I appreciate it. 936-2626. Folks, what's your take on this Cayman Prep situation? We do have more comments and stuff that are coming in, but I can tell you a lot of these parents are like, damn, we have done this. The school teachers, they're like, Sandy, we have done these things that he is suggesting, and still nothing, still no valuable change. So I don't know. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you? Happy belated Mother's Day. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Sorry?
I said happy belated Mother's Day. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. Yes, it was wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you make of all this Cayman Prep stuff?
Okay. So first of all, let me confess, I didn't catch it from the very beginning, but I did hear some of the letters, that you were reading out.
Yes.
So I have a question. To answer your question, how do I feel about it? One word, disgusting. But in listening to what I have listened to, I now have a question for you, Sandra. I know that you have the Minister of Education on your show quite frequently. So I think that this is a matter for him now to look into.
I agree.
Schools receive a hefty
That's right.
subsidy from our government, something I have never and will never agree with. That money, I have always said, should be put into the government schools, so those schools don't have to go without anything. These private schools were opened as a pathway to continue segregation. If they want to have their segregated schools, let them pay for them themselves. The bottom line is, they weren't opened for Caymanian children. It doesn't matter how white they might think they are. They don't want them there. Some may be taken in, they squeeze their nose and have them there only because of maybe their economic background. But the bottom line is, they don't want the children there. Don't send them there.
Yep.
Stop putting down your government schools, your public schools. Some of the best products we have in our islands went through those schools, and they still continue to produce more. Let us put pressure on our government, our education ministry, to rectify all of these wrongs.
Yes.
Our children don't need to go there. If these things, the A-level system, is put back in the government schools, there would be no need for it. It should be extended at the high schools. They shouldn't even have to go into UCCI to do it. And yes, for those who are blinded, for those who live in denial, for those who have created bubbles, live in them. But let me tell you something. Racism exists. My daughter went to a private school. Okay? I know what I speak about. Nobody is going to stand up and tell me it didn't happen and it doesn't happen. And what's very, very sad is that some of the Caymanian children will join in doing it to you. Okay? So be very mindful when you are preparing your children to send them to school, that very school might not be what destroys your child. Because when your child has lost self-esteem, confidence, and everything else, you're going to have a world of trouble.
That's right. Hands. That's right.
And
it was very disheartening. Yes. It was very disheartening to hear that one portion of the letter where the parent talked about the children and how they were being impacted, and that a Caymanian child, I can tell you in that instance, that is a multi-generational Caymanian child. Those parents felt like the only option they had was to send that child overseas to be away from their family, away from their community. And as someone who has grown up away from Cayman, yes, sometimes you feel like you have to do it for very specific reasons, but there's also a price that you pay for that as well. You know what I mean? There's a lot that I missed out on as a child, a lot of experiences, a lot of, that's one of the reasons to this day I'm so hung up on my mango and sauce, because I didn't have enough. I couldn't get it in Tampa, but I'm just saying, like, you are taken away from your home, your community, and it does change you. It does have an impact.
But Sandra, we also know that for everything, especially when you come from a small place like Cayman, depending on what it is you really want in life, if you're going to keep your eye on the ball, yes, you have determined to make some sacrifice.
Yes.
So bearing that in mind, you still have the opportunity to come home and eat your green mangoes with salt. I live here.
Yeah.
I live here. I don't eat them. I don't miss them.
Yeah. But it's just about
But I say that to say, but look at what you came home with.
In my case, I think in my case, holistically, it was the best decision. But for some of these children, that's, it's just because of what's happening at Cayman Prep. It's not that they're not in a good home or anything else is going on. And my situation was different. So that breaks my heart, though, because I do know the things that you miss out on when you're away from your family as well.
Yes. I don't mean to minimize your situation or what you were saying you missed out on, but I think that's a small price to pay if you can hold on to your sanity, to your self-esteem, and all the other things. And there was something there.
Sad.
Like I said, I've always been a strong advocate that our government should not be injecting money in these schools. I don't fight a story about, the other schools aren't big enough. Well, guess what? Then expand them. If they want to go to school here, then go to school here and follow the rules of the schools here, not your system. A long time ago, I was told, this is when the only two private schools were, well, I shouldn't say the only two because there were two other private schools, but they were the Americanized system. And I was always told that prep school was much more racist than Catholic school. Now, I couldn't speak to that from personal experience because my daughter didn't go to prep. And I will say this, many, many years later, there was a child that needed A-levels. They were going off to the UK and they required A-levels. They applied to prep. Prep did not accept them. And yes, and then the child applied to Catholic. Catholic, the child took the A-levels there, went to the UK. The child is now back home and working. And that made me think. It came back to me. Was what I hearing back those the day. So, Sandra, I want to end by saying this. You may not agree with me. Perhaps a lot of your listeners will not agree with me. But you will have to agree to disagree respectfully. I have often said, and I will live by this, it sickens me when I hear people get on your show or any other show to talk about it's the parents' fault. No, it is not. Your children have been entrusted to those people for more hours of their life. Okay? They spend more time with them than they spend with you. Just think about that.
Absolutely.
So your children shouldn't leave your home to go anywhere to be abused, to be belittled, and their talents and everything shut down because somebody is deciding they're not good enough, because they're not the right color, because they come from the right economic background.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Parents, you need to band together. You all need to have a meeting with your Minister of Education. Whatever evidence you have, take it with you. Everything you've seen, you've witnessed, do a memo. You need to compile some evidence, because nothing is going to end here if you don't start somewhere. Okay? So do not ignore this. You could be watching the beginning of the end of your child. Why do you think we have so many children that are getting into mischievous things? It's because they've been bullied, either by their teachers or by students. They may not fight back physically, and I don't advocate violence, but I'll tell you what, sometimes the answer to it, in all good broad Jamaican terms, is to shut them a box. Okay? Sandra, have a good day.
Oh my gosh, my apologies. I thought my mic was on. I was going to say, to Miss Brenda's point, I have somebody else questioning, so nobody not box this one down yet, Lord have mercy. Let me get to some more of your comments. Johan made some interesting comments. Not everyone is agreeing with him. But give me 1 second here. Let me just get some of these in. And then we have another parent who's also submitted a comment as well. But this one had the following to say. This one says, White Rose is a math curriculum. Parents have done that, done what Johan is saying. He doesn't know. And so have the teachers. Clearly, she has changed. I don't agree with him. I mean, the staff turnover, I think when they said clearly she's changed, they're talking about Ms. Deborah McLaughlin. They said, I don't agree with him. I mean, the staff turnover speaks for itself. That alone, and people that took their children out of there as well. He can talk because he hasn't lived through being employed under that woman. Speaking about Miss Strand there. So, I mean, I hear Johan's point about speaking up, but there's quite a few people here who are saying they're doing that. They're speaking up. They're speaking to the board. They're doing everything within their power, and still, nothing positive is coming out of it. This person said that Principal Strand is on a course in the UK yet again. This was last week. Left on Tuesday, due back on Monday. So hope she tunes into the show. Her job is being advertised in the Caymanian Times. It is in Wednesday's edition, asking for 10 years of international experience that she doesn't have. It hasn't been advertised in the Compass or other editions of Caymanian Times, nor on, let me see what the rest of that said. But anyway, they're just questioning the lack of advertisement here. And so they're saying she doesn't even have the qualifications that they're seeking. I couldn't help but question how is she here? Like who, I didn't ask them questions about how is she here, who's she connected to, and that's when I found out that apparently her husband works in the governor's office. So maybe that's no coincidence. But anyway, I guess now she'll be tied into his work permit or his contract, and you can't get rid of her until then. Wow. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's what I'm telling y'all. Instagram weighing in on this. Thank you to your Instagram commentators. Oh gosh, where's that comment? Where did it go? Ooh, yikes. Hold on, honey chill. Hold on. I just saw a comment on Instagram. My apologies. I lost it there for a second. Where the heck is the live stream on Instagram? I just had it. Now I can't find it. Yikes. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it back. I think, oh yes, here we go. So this person says, sir, your judgment is clearly clouded, referring to Johan. Another person on Instagram had the following to say. Give me 1 second here. They say, why not address the abuse from the head of HR? Talk about that and what has been done. And when can we get a board that will not ignore all of this? Someone just sent me the list of board members, and I was looking at them and I realized there's actually somebody on there that I know. And I said to her, you're on the Cayman Prep board? And she said, yes. I was like, what a hot friggin' mess. Jeez, peace. No, sir. Okay. So the board members are doing what exactly? You know, I think the board members are just, yeah, let me tell you who's on the board. We have Reverend Leighton Christopher Mason, interim chairman of the Board of Governors. We have Melanie Ebanks Jackson, deputy chairman of the Board of Governors and Safeguarding, governs chair of Education Committee. We have Reverend Rohan Forrester. We have Alicia Vassal, PTA representative. We have David Gordon, Billy Hansen, Omar McLean, Chuck Mobley, Charmaine Swaby, William Walmsley, and Sharon Ebanks. So those are the board members. And then under senior leadership team, we have Deborah McLaughlin as director. We have Jean Scott as business manager. We have Sasha Strand as primary school principal. And we have Carl Murphy as the high school principal. And the primary school management, Sasha Strand, Simon Castle is the primary school deputy principal, Matthew Hughes, head of pastoral, and we have Robert Wan, who we featured earlier, as head of academic. What a mess. Damn. Leaves a lot to be desired. That much is sure. I see more and more of you calling for education to get involved. So Renita says, so education department doesn't regulate them? Hold that thought, Renita. We're coming. Jake says, kids transitioning from John Gray High School to prep A levels are not adequately supported. A-level exams are very different from CXC exams, and students are often not properly prepared for how to navigate them, especially neurodivergent students. While accommodations for exams do exist, in our experience, we've had to fight to secure them. Beyond those accommodations, there's very little support within the general classroom environment. I do think, to Ms. Brenda's point, and to the rest of you, there definitely needs to be some intervention by the ministry. So obviously the Honorable Ralston Anglin has come in with his hands and his basket full of things that he needs to get done. And they've been very, very busy. But this now appears to be an area where they have got to get involved. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Because as Anthony rightfully said, and I think Al Ray mentioned it as well, and Ms. Brenda, yes, we are paying for these schools. We all are. So whether my child is going to Cayman Prep or Catholic or whichever, the fact that she's not going doesn't mean that we the people of the Cayman Islands are subsidizing those schools. So if those schools are taking a particular attitude towards Caymanian children and treating them less than, I think that something needs to be done. There has to be some answers around this. So, Anthony, there seems to be a general dislike of what's happening, but the Caymanian parents have a very unique and different story to tell within the context of the treatment that they receive at that institution. Roar K-Man says, what is the correct avenue to take for bullying and provocation at school? There seems to be very common here locally, worse even in government schools. Currently witnessing a situation at John Gray High School where one student is constantly provoked, and when reporting it to teachers, a blind eye is turned. But when the student reacts, she is targeted, put out of school, and now is affecting her future graduation chances. The teachers and school police seem to have a personal vendetta towards the student. Very, very sad to hear that. Oh my God. You got to get the ministry involved. Jacques says there's also a person in authority within the A-level department who, rather than providing the support my neurodivergent child needed to succeed, seemed to focus on pushing him out and even attempted to have him removed from the school instead of working with him and offering meaningful support. The approach felt punitive and dismissive of his needs. Wow. Unbelievable. Damn. Oh, did I miss the teacher pictures discussion? Yes, Jennifer. That's what we started off the show with. So you have to rewind. KY Forever says, if the school hates a principal, ain't there a law where they do a meeting to vote them out for a new one? No, KY. It's the board who does the hiring and firing of staff. As Brenda says again, where's the ministry, department, and all of this? Has anyone taken these matters or letters to the education ministry? I will now ensure, Miss Brenda, because, it's so funny, but when you called earlier, I just copied one of the comments and sent it to the minister where I think it was Anthony or somebody was saying, hold on a second. El Rey was saying, doesn't our government subsidize prep and Catholic school? So there is an expectation there that the ministry has some skin in this game, or we're going to remove the subsidy, one of the two, and make them feel a pinch of that. Something's got to be done. I mean, I'm not really comfortable with, all of these complaints. It's just too much. And this person says, as a matter of fact, the fee for attending private school is really high, and the parents who can afford it and make a sacrifice for their kids attend, they should not be having to go through these situations. And that I definitely agree with as well. Yeah. It's wild. Absolutely wild. All right, we've got more coming here. Give me 1 second. This one says, good morning. I have a question. Why would these parents still pay for their children to something, go to the school? I know well if it was not going to be my child. So no one has punched this bitch in her face. Really? That was the question they had. Hey, I just tuned in. I'm not sure if anyone commented, but when you were addressing whether the teacher's account was open or not, and whether it was a friend to screenshot the photos, if you look in the corner where it says follow, they would only show up if the person was not a follower, so just friend of the profile. Further following that the account had to be open for someone to see it. Oh, if it was a friend as follower, then he had accepted on his private page, would see it, then the follower would, yes. Smart cookie. You are one smart cookie. So what they're saying is this guy is blatantly lying, which I figured he was lying. But they say if you look at it, and I'll have to go back and look at the images, there's a place there where it said like follow, and that would not have showed up for this individual. Let me see now. Did we see these here? Yes. They said that would not have showed up. See it at the top up there? Oh, yeah. Snaps. We just caught Robert in a lie. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Cayman Prep. You need to redact that letter, Miss Deborah McLaughlin. Were you defending this foolishness and believing this liar? I knew he was lying. I didn't get this age being stupid. That demonstrates right there that his account was open. Wow. So what are they going to do now about it? You play stupid games. You see there? Yep. You just got caught, Robert. Praise the Lord. The truth always comes out in the end, does it not? Oh my God. Wow. That's a good catch. Thank you so much for that. But y'all be paying attention. Oh my God. You see, when you tell lies, they should fire him. They should absolutely fire him. Now, of course, they've opened up Pandora's box. So y'all done know, Auntie, you'll be putting a whole thing up about that. The lawyers asked me not to post their letter, but in their letter, they're claiming that his thing was private. So now I'm going to have to snap that part out. You can imagine. Let us have this before I read the next letter that has come in now. Let's have this dissected for a second here now, right? You are a school administrator, senior, right? You go and waste money on a lawyer, yes, to contact CMR. And in that, all you do is tell lies. You've just lied to your school administrators, to the school board. When will he be fired? That's the only damn question I got at this stage. When will he be fired? No, sir. You are bold. You are one bold man. Wow. Okay, well, I'll be putting up a little special mention post for you, honey child. Damn. Y'all are, oh my God. Wow. And y'all know how I feel about liars already. Oh, Lord Jesus. Let's get to the next letter. Lady D says, did Johan really listen? As mentioned, the parents that have gotten involved are being considered as nagging people. Obviously, they don't want to address the issues at hand. Kevin, good morning, says, I appreciate Johan's comments, but he needs to consider that he walks into their office and gets answers. That doesn't mean that others will get through like him. In Cayman, it's always about who knows who, or who favor who, or who has status, who has a status quo and so on. Listen, no doubt. Johan says he has a relationship with Miss Deborah, being, I guess, a former student of hers and whatever. And, I don't know what other clout he might be pulling when he grew up in there, but not every parent gets treated the same either, right? And so any parent should be able to go in there and raise concerns about these issues and get a similar or the same response from the administration. That's why I have chosen to put my daughter in a private school institution. And she knows, and I've already told her straight up, I have very, very high expectations of you in school, of your behavior, because I'm not here to waste money, right? And you need to behave, but if anybody is harassing you, bullying you, you need to let me know, because then obviously I will go through the process and address it. And the day that the process isn't addressing it, then, Auntie, you have to turn up a little bit. So far, knock on wood, I have had no issues. And I hope to God it continues in that vein. But I agree that Johan's experience is not necessarily the experience of every single teacher. And, as much as I want to tell you guys to, yes, go smack this woman upside the head because clearly she deserves it, I can't in good faith tell you to do that, because the second you do that, Lord Jesus, you're the one who's going to end up in jail. You're the one who's going to, your children are going to be growing up without you. You're going to be in trouble. So we can't encourage violence because, then that gets us in trouble. But I certainly understand the sentiment, especially when it comes to your own children. So I will now reach out to the ministry. I will reach out to the minister. I've been sending him some of your comments because Urban Thread says, why isn't Ralston on the show as his kids go to prep? I'm not so sure they do. Do they still? I think one was doing A levels, maybe his last child. They're pretty much all adults now. But he does have a son who goes to prep. So, yes, I guess the younger child goes to prep. Mm-hmm. And he's pretty young. So what a hot mess. Since we are minority, he can get elected next time. Since we are minority. I'm not following you there, Carrie. And Mary says, what is Education Council doing about this? KY Forever says, Johan needs to realize that he works for government. He doesn't work for government. Johan does not work for government. KY, where you getting your information from? Johan works for himself. He's self-employed. All right. He won't experience what others have had to experience. That's why he's failed to notice. Well, he might not be getting it for other reasons, but he doesn't work for government. Anthony says Johan has a famous last name. Really? So he will naturally get a response on issues. Oh, God. Yes, sir. Not famous. CC McLaughlin says, well said, Mr. Johan Moxham. KY says different years like this is pathetic that we have to keep going on like this on an island. Oh God, my sinuses again. All right. So I have another letter that has just come in. El Rey says neurodivergent is a non-medical term describing people whose brains function, learn, and process information differently from what is considered typical. It's an umbrella term for variations including autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and others, emphasizing that these differences are natural variations, not deficits. Well, Johan says that Auntie Sandy and the CMR Mafia equals neurodivergent. Johan, what the hell are you talking about? Having the red trunk up and saying ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Is that what he says there? Oh, I had to read that again. You're so silly. They should have accepted Sandy's youth and then none of this would be happening. No, honey child. I'll tell you one thing. God would have to help them because no, sir. It wouldn't have been my child that would have been getting this kind of treatment. I can tell you that because somebody might have really gotten a box for truth. As a teacher, private or not, you shouldn't be posting these things. You're supposed to be setting a positive example to the children you're interacting with. Miss Brenda, you had to see the comments defending his naked picture. This one, the least of it. You not seeing the one with him butt naked? I mean, literally butt naked. And people talking foolishness. Go vote in the poll. The poll's still up. People talking about, oh, that's his private account. There's nothing wrong with it. Blah, blah, blah. Look at him. See him there? And see, it says followed up at the top. You just got caught in a lie. Nah, 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 nah. Liar, liar, pants on fire. That's what the kids used to say. What do they say now? Oh, you thought he worked for them because he's in the politics. Boy, behave yourself. Lord Jesus. I'm going to send this to his lawyer. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. Proof positive. Proof positive now that your client is a liar. That account was open. Morning, honey chow.
Morning, Sandra. I'm sorry to have to call you twice.
No problem.
Yes, I did see his naked post and the one in the red bathing suit. And let me tell you, the first thing that came to my mind, and anyone that knows me know that I am not a judgmental person, but I found that rather disturbing.
Very.
Especially when I found out this person works at a school. What it looked like to me was, this is a pedophile. That was yes, it was an advertisement and an invitation. And I can tell you, if I were a parent with a child at that school, I would be very, very perturbed. I don't think I would have been dressing my child to take he or she to school that day. I would have been rounding up other parents to go in there. and show them what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care. When you are a teacher, you have taken on a responsibility. Children look at you, children mimic you. So you also need to be very careful of what you are doing in your private life.
That's right.
Not the behavior of a teacher or anyone who's working at a school. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this published by any teacher in any public school.
Yeah.
Or for that matter.
Oh, they would have been, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay? So why is this being defended? Why is this acceptable? No. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. If I had done this, tell me now, Sandra, be honest. What would you have said on your show about me? Be very honest with me. Say
well,
the
same thing I said about him at the beginning of the show. He should be fired. He should not be in his job. He has lied.
Talking about before you got to there, what would your topic have been about me if I had done something like this?
Well, the same thing we posted when we posted on social media. Why is a school teacher and a senior school administrator posting naked photos of himself for children to see? I mean, this is a serious indictment on him and the school. And the fact that Deborah McLaughlin actually wrote a letter and sent it out saying that, it was a private account and giving him every excuse and breach of trust and all kind of foolishness, giving this man right when clearly what he told them, his version, they've carried out an investigation. That just meant that they believed his lies.
Well,
now it's obvious.
So I guess it begs the question, who do you believe?
Well, yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
the school has left a lot to be desired.
Let me say this. I know that not everyone is, as knowledgeable on social media, but we do know that 90% of our population, they are. And when they see these things, and they do, like that other person pointed out to you about it being private and able to follow and stuff. To me, that is besides the point. I don't care how private his account is.
Yeah. But now we know that was a lie anyway. But I did say earlier that even if it wasn't, even if it was private, if it has more than one person in it, it's not considered private on social media.
Well, the point I'm making, in your position, even on a private account, it shouldn't be posted.
Exactly.
If you have a person in your life, you want to share that stuff with them privately, you do that. But do not put it on social media, because nothing on social media is private. And I think we can all agree with that. Okay?
That's
Once it's out there, it's out there. There's no bringing back, taking down, getting rid of. Sandra, you, I know, are a very savvy IT person. I am not.
Yeah, I didn't even catch that. So I'm so thankful for the person who did, because to be honest, I did not catch that nuance. But it proves.
Let me just say,
yeah,
I was so repulsed by it that I didn't even look that far. Okay, I'm just glad that my grandchildren were not around me to have a look at it. And if they were, then I would have had a conversation with them. This is not what we expect. I take this much further. Perhaps I'm looking at it very differently. This is a very disturbing thing for me, with all of the child molestation, the pedophilia, and all kinds of stuff that is now among us. That is what came to my mind. And let us also remember, there are people who get into teaching because it's a very easy access to children. So again, it begs the question, who is this person? Has anyone researched his background? Because we're very, very famous for just bringing them here because they say they're qualified. But has anyone really researched his background?
Thank you.
This is very troubling.
Yes.
Very, very troubling.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. Thank you so much.
And yes, and thank you for reaching out to the minister, because this is a matter that I think automatically jumps to the top of the line that needs to be dealt with at that level. You know, yes, they have priorities, but sometimes we have to rearrange those priorities because something will pop up.
Yes.
And something has to wait. And when it affects our children, I think that should always be a priority. Absolutely. I don't care whose children attend that school or whose children attended that school. And I'm not laying blame on Miss McLaughlin or any of the people. I'm specifically speaking about this person, because I do believe that the ministry has the authority to look into his background. You know, we might be very frightened to hear what has gone on in his life before. And I also believe when they land on our shores, 99% of them are running from something. They're not just coming here because Cayman cash cow. They're running from something. And I just want to add that, you know, in the U.S., they now have a law. It's like you're required to hand them your passport. You can't refuse to do that. Well, guess what? There is a law. They can now ask you for your food. And I watched this thing, you know, How to Catch a Smuggler and so on. And I saw an episode where a guy was coming from one of those European countries. And, you know, a lot of people don't like paper. So everything now is in a phone. And the immigration officer asked him for something, took out his phone, you know, to find this thing. And the immigration officer happened to be looking, and he said, "What's that?" And he said, may I see that? You know what the guy had on his phone? Naked pictures of himself and of his partner. And the immigration officer pointed out to him that that was illegal. He said, "That is pornography. You can't have that on your phone. I don't care that you send it to one person." And as a result, they denied him entry into the U.S. He was taken to a room. I think he was coming from France. He was taken to a room, and he had to wait there until the flight was going back, and they put him on the flight and sent him back. So this, I hope, will explain to people that this is not a joke. This is not a simple thing of you sharing photos. This is something that is taken very seriously, even by the USA. So why shouldn't it be taken seriously here? We are a very small, I'll speak about the Caymanians. We are a small population. We are not used to this. This is not a part of our history, of our culture, and so on. Do not make the mistake to accept any of this as normal. It is not. It is not. And
thank you, Miss Brenda.
In the bud. Okay, Sam.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. 936-2626. I see somebody else was trying to call in. Do give us a call back. Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. It's crazy. Give the caller a kaboom, says Renita. Let me bring up my kaboom. Hold on. There's a lot of people in Cayman that come in here that have no background checks done, and enough of them are pedophiles, says Renita. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good morning, Sandy.
Morning, dear.
I tuned in a bit late this morning. I heard a few comments. I think the last person who commented was Brenda. And then I was appalled by having to see the pictures that you posted on your Cayman Mall Road article post last week. I think where I asked if this was actually on the fans page, because at first that's what I thought. I just want to clarify a few things so that I want to know that my lying ears are not deceiving me. Did I hear you say that this Mrs. Strand, I take it is her name? Did I understand correctly that her husband works in the governor's office?
That's correct.
Okay, well, that certainly answers a lot of questions for me why she's still there. Number two, did I actually hear you say, as a past student of prep school, many moons ago, when Mr. Mark Benny was our principal, so we're going back to the 70s. Obviously, this school is not the school that it was in the 70s. This would never have existed, happened, or have been tolerated. But did I hear you say that Deborah McLaughlin, the same Deborah McLaughlin that I know very well, I went to school with, and I know is at prep school. I think she was the principal at one time. Did she write a letter defending this man's action?
Yes, ma'am. She said, and let me go back to the actual letter because we have it here on hand. Basically said that the school was made aware on the 6th of May of a post on Cayman Road's Facebook and Instagram referencing Cayman Prep and High School, which included private images of a member of staff. We would like to assure you that the school takes this matter very seriously and is working with legal advisors. An investigation was immediately initiated and is ongoing. Our findings confirm that key aspects of the posts are inaccurate. The images were taken from the staff member's private social media account, accessible only to a limited group of trusted friends, and were not publicly shared as indicated in the 6th of May post, which we now know is a lie. So they came to a conclusion about this according to their investigation, right? And they go on to say the individuals advised that their privacy was breached by someone within their trusted circle and that they have removed the image as soon as they became aware of the breach. All of that is a lie.
Let me just reiterate. I'm really shocked by her response. Very, very shocked by her response. I know her very well. I know her personally. We went to prep school together. I know her background. I know her parents' background. And this is not something that I would think that she would try to defend. That's number one. I will have a personal conversation, and that day will come when I will see her. Number two, when you post, I don't care what it is. I thought it was in on the fans page. I know I got a lot of laughing emojis, but I was like, is this in on the fans page? Inquiring minds want to know. Once he posts things of that nature, then it is public. That becomes public. It is totally unacceptable. And I agree. Is there pedophilia involved here? What is he should have been fired immediately. Immediately. When that post came up, I highlighted, I made my comments. I know how I feel about it. I don't have any children at prep school. But if I were a parent at prep school, I know one thing. Shit would hit the fan, okay? It would be a literal shit show, okay? But as I speak, when you put out that post, I made many comments, and I highlighted the Minister of Education. I highlighted him, which means I'm pretty sure that he saw the post. And I am saying right now publicly, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't really at this point care what takes. I don't really care at this point what is the most important. But this situation, he needs to stop. He needs to put a screeching halt on all of the payments and what I know personally, the money that is injected into prep. Number one, that teacher needs to be fired. Number two, the principal needs to go, like as of yesterday. I don't care whether her husband works for the governor's office. I don't care whether he works for the Attorney General. She needs to go, and he needs to make this a priority. And I am speaking out, and I'm pretty sure they're listening. You need to make this a priority. As the Minister of Education, this is now critical. Okay, not critical; it's past critical, because I know a lot of the parents that their children went there, and they have removed their children from that school, and it's just totally unacceptable. I think I heard you say you've reached out to him.
Yes, just this morning, as calls were coming in, and the question became, we are paying, to be clear, we are paying for this school. That's coming out of the public purse.
Paying for the school.
So
you're paying for the school. Two of mine went to prep many, many years ago, but one of them ended up in the public system, and two of mine went through the public system. And I went to prep, as I say, that was many moons ago in the 70s, when nothing like this would have happened. But my taxpayers' dollars are being invested to have him parade around naked with, to see his private parts that I don't read, even if it was anything to look at. There's nothing there to look at, okay? It's absolutely sickening. It's ridiculous. I agree. It makes you wonder, is there pedophilia involved here? Why, as a teacher?
Yeah, I mean, at the very best, it's extremely poor judgment that he keeps putting his sexual.
Oh, you're being polite. You're being polite.
and at worst, I have grave, and I said this at the beginning of the show when we were talking about his photo, I have grave concerns when it comes to child safeguarding. Absolutely.
Well, I just said pedophilia, and he continues to be there, and he has the audacity to have lawyers write to you.
I know.
Are you joking? Are my lying ears hearing correct?
Honey, you done know that when I saw that letter, I was just like, and write to me on a Saturday when I try and enjoy my weekend. So I took the time yesterday morning to respond to them, but seriously, he got money to waste.
My 2 cents worth. The Minister of Education needs to get involved in this as soon as possible. She needs to be extracted from her job, and he needs to be extracted from his.
And the board. Now this is where you have questions about what the hell is the board doing, because how they could allow this message to go out talking about an investigation has been carried out. What kind of investigation did they carry out?
Well, if he's still here, it wasn't much of an investigation. If he's still operating, he has no lawyers, and the principal or whatever Deborah's role is now at Cayman Prep, call it writing you to defend his actions. The board definitely isn't doing it's not doing its job. And from what I understood, I heard a lot of Caymanians' names called that are on that board. And I'm a bit shocked that they are not riling up and taking a stand. That school, I don't know if it still exists, but that school is a school that is governed by the board of the United Church of Jamaica and Cayman, which is the Presbyterian Church. When we went there, it was mainly a school for Caymanian children. That no longer exists. That is a thing of the past. Caymanian children are not welcome there. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care how much flack I get, because I don't care. That is a school now for white expat children. If you are a Caymanian and you go there, you either have connections, you know someone, or you're very, very privileged. But the normal Caymanian child is no longer welcome at that school. I know too many parents that have taken their children out. It is a racist, entitled, private school now for expats. And they make that very clear by their actions. All I know is this. It's a good thing I'm not a parent there, because I would have already gone in there, and there would have been serious repercussions, and there would have been a shit show. And it may have actually gotten already physical, and I'd probably be in trouble right now. I'd probably be
exactly. So it's a good thing. Like I said, things happen for a reason, and I'm happy that they took 5 years to respond to my application, because by then I had long moved on.
No.
All right, let me get. I've got another letter here that I really want to get to. So let me get to this one. This one's quite important.
No problem.
Continue listening, darling. I appreciate it.
Right? That Deborah responded, which I'm so shocked by.
Yes, honey,
and
child.
that this man had the balls,
which
aren't evident in his pictures that he has in it, but he had the balls to call it or to have a lawyer write to you, okay?
Yes.
Even if he had anything to expose, but there's nothing there. So I would suggest he keep it in his pants or put a sock in there the next time he tries to take a picture. Anyway, that's it for me. Bye.
All right, honey child. Thank you. Oh, Lord God. Woo! Okay, folks. I mean, that was just too funny. The play on words there was just too funny. Him talking about carnage and all this kind of stuff in this message. It is extremely, 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 extremely disturbing. And that part is no joke. I said it before. And, you know, those of you who were defending him, talking about, oh, this is private account. I hope y'all now see that if a man is willing to, number one, listen, if you made a mistake and you use poor judgment, that is one thing. But to now we can see blatantly lie, right? Wow. Like WTF, honestly, it's after 9:30. What the fuck is this guy doing? So not only does he demonstrate that he has zero morality when it comes to him and his diddly widdly all over the damn place, but he has also demonstrated that he's willing to lie now to save his naked ass. Who does that? What sort of message is that sending? I wonder if Sarah is still here. Sarah, you defended this man earlier in the show. Are you still here to defend this kind of nonsense? You said this was me bullying him and this is a personal vendetta and it was his private account. My question is, are you still here listening? And can you continue to defend this man now knowing that he is a bull-faced liar? It was still bad what he did, even if it was a private account. But this man has engaged the services of a lawyer and lied to his lawyer. He has lied to the school during a school administration. What do you now? This is what Sarah said earlier for the benefit of you. She says, oh, there's a difference between journalism and public humiliation. Targeting a teacher's private life online and encouraging outrage feels far more like cyberbullying. Miss Brenda, listen to this one. Than genuine concern for children. Professional conduct at school matters, not manufactured social media outrage. So the man has lied. Does that matter to you, or you don't care about that either? Because Cayman Prep has lost the plot on all accounts. Yeah? They don't care about anything anymore. Wow. I don't know. Do y'all care? I'm manufacturing this, she says. This is all in my head. All right. Here's another one. And then I want to get to that letter. Here's something we don't talk about enough. Your reputation doesn't clock out when you do. The minute you step into a role, whether that's a title at work, a seat on a board, a position in your church, or a mic in your hand, you become a representative. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When you post online, how you carry yourself at the grocery store, who you're seen with, what you laugh at publicly, it all speaks, and it speaks loudly. See, integrity isn't what you do when people are watching, it's what you do when you think nobody is. Social media has a way of making private moments very public, very fast. So before you hit post, ask yourself, does this reflect the person I'm called to be? Does this honor the position I hold? If you serve in church, if you lead at a school, if you're building a brand, your life is your message. Guard it. Walk it out on and off the clock. Another kaboom. Hello. Hello. Huh? Isn't that amazing? Yeah. All public figures should be mindful of what it is that they are doing. Raymond says, I will play devil's advocate, save this energy for Badabanu. What is the public's expectations, limits, and individual use of social media? How can a person's personal life / media usage be regulated? Well, I mean, obviously he has free choice, just like he can set up his OnlyFans account. All of these people have free choice. The point is, there will be consequences. You see, him and his little lackey friends don't want any consequences to flow from this. They're defending him. Even the school is defending him. Deborah McLaughlin, as soon as she sent out that letter and signed it, she is defending him. Another person says another staff member was forced to get married because she's pregnant. Otherwise, she would have been sacked. Where are the school protocols in place? These people are in position of trust. They look after our children and should not be publishing photos like this. Keep them for your private life. You need to get Strand on. Why is she getting away with not having all the qualifications that the school are requesting? She does not have the qualifications or experience to run the primary site, and this is evident as she's running it into the ground, and nearly all the Caymanian teachers have left. We need to protect our Caymanian workforce and not have them bullied out of their jobs by individuals who are only guests here. In relation to the mail calling in, we as parents have been to the board. I believe staff have been to the board. Reverend Mason, chairman of the board, ignores everything. Okay. Wow. Person makes an observation. There's a good possibility that any student, especially Caymanian, would be suspended or expelled from school for making a post like that. Why does a teacher, faculty, or any adult get off without being held accountable? This person said Deborah McLaughlin is Sir Alden's sister, and they're all protected with a soft cushion. I've been in the presence of Strand, and she said, there's no such thing as Caymanian. Lord Jesus, what the ras? Teachers being forced to work in a meeting room that was just a dump site for old stuff and riddled with termites and termite wings everywhere. Wow. Wild. But she said there's no such thing as Caymanian. I guess she feels like she could say that, yeah. Okay. Let me read this letter. So sad. To Cayman Mall Road. I'm writing anonymously as a current parent of children attending both the primary and high school divisions at Cayman Prep and high school. I feel compelled to speak publicly because what is happening within the leadership and the primary school is deeply concerning and, in my opinion, a complete disgrace compared to the environment and leadership present within the high school division. So by all accounts, the high school division seems to be getting it more right than the primary school by far. Sorry. Before my son enrolled at CPHS, the school was fully informed that he had a visual disability, significant occupational therapy needs, and was very likely on the autism spectrum. Due to long waiting lists in Cayman, he had not received a formal diagnosis at the time of enrollment. My apologies. Despite this, the school accepted him, accepted full tuition payment, and welcomed him into the program after a classroom visit with his teacher. My son is exceptionally intelligent and academically gifted. His challenges were never intellectual. His difficulties related to emotional regulation, sensory processing, and the physical strain caused by his visual impairment. Anyone experienced with visual disabilities and neurodivergent children understands how deeply vision problems can affect behavior, coordination, regulation, and fatigue. Instead of receiving understanding and appropriate support, my son was repeatedly treated as a behavioral problem. He was made to feel like a bad child, punished for limitations connected to his disabilities, and denied basic accommodations that would have significantly helped him function in the classroom. Examples included resistance to allowing a full-time therapeutic aide, refusal to implement visual schedules and timers, lack of classroom support such as accessible visual tools, and resistance to sensory accommodations, including a wobble chair, which I ultimately had to provide myself. We eventually hired a therapist to attend school with him full-time at her own expense. At the time, I was told by the then Senko, Brenda Bryce, that in her 24 years, she has never seen such an arrangement approved at the school. Principal Sasha Strand also supported this position and resisted the accommodation. Despite this, I continued advocating for my child until the support was finally permitted. Once proper accommodation support were put in place, my son began thriving. I chose Cayman Prep because of its academic reputation and because my son deserved access to a strong education. Education is a human right, including for disabled and neurodivergent children. What disturbs me most is that the 3 Caymanian teachers who recently left the school were the only teachers who genuinely helped my son. They treated him with compassion, patience, and understanding, and they worked with him individually in ways that allowed him to succeed. Those teachers communicated honestly with our family and recognized that my son's challenges were rooted in disability and regulation, not bad behavior. Those same teachers reportedly told that they had failed him and couldn't get it right, which is absolute rubbish. In reality, they're among the very few people within the primary school who demonstrated genuine care and professionalism toward the new neurodivergent students. It is deeply concerning that all 3 of these teachers have now left the school, and many parents believe it is directly related to the hostile and unpleasant leadership culture created under Principal Sasha Strand. We've also become aware, that Nurse Emily, another respected Caymanian staff member, is reportedly leaving due to issues related to Ms. Strand's leadership and behavior. Wow. That makes yet another Caymanian professionally pushed out of Cayman Prep environment. At this point, many parents are beginning to question what exactly is happening behind closed doors, because something about the situation deeply concerns the wider school community. It breaks my heart knowing that other families are experiencing similar struggles. I personally know parents who have removed their children from Cayman Prep because of the concerns surrounding the treatment of students and additional needs and the leadership culture that currently exists there. The contrast between the primary and high school divisions is impossible to ignore. The high school leadership demonstrates professionalism, compassion, and an understanding that children learn differently. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the primary school leadership under Strand. Children with disabilities should not have to fight for dignity, accommodation, and understanding within an educational environment that claims to support all learners. Parents should not have to go to war with a school to simply secure basic support for their children. I hope this encourages further investigation and opens a wider conversation about inclusion, disability, advocacy, leadership, accountability, and the treatment of neurodivergent students within Cayman's private school system. Wow. That's so crazy. And the sad thing is, quite frankly, that, children having special needs are being disadvantaged, which is horrible when you think about what that means for them. And children who don't have any special needs are also getting really, really poor treatment at the school. So I'm shocked. This person says, I wrote to the ministry. Initially, the lady I approached was amazing, and she said that she'd speak to someone. She came back and said, sorry, can't help. So going back to Johan's point, who were these parents going to? Who are they trying to get help from? If, even the ministry is telling them they can't help them. This is crazy. Wow. What I do know is that when it comes to a lot of issues, money talks, as they say. And so if the result is going to be that the school is going to lose funding from government, that maybe, just maybe, they might actually start to care. Maybe that's when the board wakes up, when they realize that, you guys are about to lose your government funding. I mean, I don't know exactly how much government gives. I'll find out. But this situation, I think, certainly leaves a lot to be desired, to say the least. Wow, that's sad as a parent. Unbelievable. And that's a Caymanian child. I am aware that some children have gotten nothing done until they went to the ministry. Children that needed special care. nothing was done until they actually did go to not the ministry, but the Department of Education. And they had to force Prep's hand to do the right thing, which is crazy because they talk about inclusion, but this obviously isn't it. Mary says, when someone chooses a profession, let me just restart Instagram. Sorry, the Instagram feed, it ended. Instagram stops at 4 hours. Oh my God, we've been going for over 4 hours. When someone chooses a profession, they also choose to uphold the ethical standards that come with it. If a person feels they cannot meet those standards, then they should not enter that profession in the first place. While someone is entitled to private life outside of work, there's still expectations around conduct, especially in professions that involve children. When behavior like this is openly displayed on social media, it raises legitimate concerns about judgment and, I wish, Mary, I could read the rest of that because you are so spot on. Absolutely. Wow. All right, folks. I did tell his lawyer that I wasn't going to post the letter, but I obviously said if I needed to refer to the letter and portions of it publicly, I would do so. And I also, shall I read my response to them? Do you guys care about what I had to say in response to his request? Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Because, I do think it's interesting when these lawyers reach out to me these days, because I'm just like, why are you messaging me? Like, the lawyers, I think, know better, but I guess they'll take money from a client. But this is my response. It was 3 pages. I'll read it quickly. But let me just say that you're wasting your money, quite frankly, when you have your lawyers reach out to me, especially when you know that you're lying and it's not a legitimate concern. So this is what I responded to his lawyer and said. And of course, this day and age, I have to be so careful because, last time I tried to handle things legally, they claimed that I was trying to blackmail somebody. So Auntie's treading differently these days. So I said, thank you for your email of the 8th of May on behalf of your client, Mr. Robert Wan. First, I acknowledge your clarification that Mr. Wan's account was set to private and that he did not himself post the images from his account into an open public forum. You see, now we know that's all a lie, but anyway. In the interest of accuracy, the social media caption referring to the content as being posted publicly has been amended to align with the position. However, I must respectfully disagree with the implication that the images were therefore truly private, or that Cayman Road is acting unlawful or improperly in reporting on them. Once material is uploaded to a social media platform, it is, in practical terms, no longer confidential. Any approved follower can screenshot or otherwise copy and share it. And this is precisely how newsrooms, regulators, and courts around the world routinely obtain material which originated behind a private setting. In this instance, the posts in question were shared with us complete with the original captions and visible tags of additional Instagram users, which further extended the potential reach of the content beyond a narrow circle of personal friends. For the avoidance of doubt, I'm enclosing/attaching the full post, images, and captions as they appeared, including the tag and the caption referring to carnage, so that you are aware that we are in possession of the complete context, not merely a standalone image. This material clearly demonstrates that the posts were being circulated among others and were capable of, and in fact did, reach people outside your client's immediate circle of trust. From a legal and public interest perspective, there is a well-established distinction in UK law, which is frequently applied by the Cayman courts as persuasive authority, between genuinely private material and material which a person has chosen to share with a wider audience, especially via social media. The English courts have consistently held that a person's reasonable expectation of privacy is diminished when they voluntarily share material with a class of recipients, even if that sharing took place on a private account, and that onward publication may be justified where there's a legitimate public interest in the subject matter, which obviously here there is. UK regulatory guidance on teacher misconduct also makes it clear that off-duty conduct, including social media activity, can properly be examined where it impacts public confidence in the teaching profession and raises safeguarding issues for children. In this case, there's a clear and legitimate public interest dimension that I list 4 reasons why. Number 1, your client is a senior staff member at a school entrusted with the care and safeguarding of children. Number 2, the imagery and associated captions have already circulated within the parent community and raised concerns about professional judgment and suitability for senior educational role. Number 3, there's a wider ongoing public debate in the UK, Cayman, and elsewhere about the standards expected of teachers and senior school leaders in relation to their online and off-duty conduct, particularly where sexually suggestive images are involved and where there's a risk that some material may be shared with or by students. Number 4, Cayman Prep in high school has itself been the subject of recent public criticism regarding how it treats staff, including concerns about consistent standards and differential treatment between teachers. These images were originally shared with Cayman Mall Road in that specific context, namely to highlight that the school was aware of their client's posts, yet according to sources, had taken no disciplinary action whatsoever. Reporting on such material in context and questioning whether it's appropriate for senior educator and whether the school is applying standards consistently is squarely within the legitimate functions of a news organization and falls well within the protections afforded to journalistic speech concerning matters of public interest. For the avoidance of doubt, these protections have been recently affirmed by the Cayman Islands Court of Appeal in proceedings brought by Cayman Mall Road, which confirmed robust freedom of expression safeguards for media reporting on matters of public concern. For those reasons, while we have amended the wording of the post to reflect your client's assertion that his Instagram account was set to private, we will not be removing the post or our coverage. We are satisfied that our reporting is accurate, fair, and in the public interest. And you may also wish to note that I'll be discussing the matter on my talk show on Monday, and we'll be publishing an additional piece and publishing an editorial piece, my apologies, in due course. That's going to go live here in a bit. In both, I will make Mr. Wan's position clear, including his contention that the original posts were made on a private account and his assertion that he did not intend them to be public, which we know now that that's a bold-faced lie, so that listeners and readers can consider all perspectives. Finally, I acknowledge your request that your letter remain private. I do not presently propose to publish the letter itself, but given that it goes directly to issues of public concern, which I will be addressing on my talk show and in an editorial, I reserve the right to refer to its contents and to rely upon it if necessary, including in any future legal or regulatory context. Kaboom. That was the letter that Auntie sent out yesterday to them. Okay, honey child. My apologies. Brenda says, why would they ask you not to pop? Girl, Miss Brenda, these people are ridiculous. I mean, if you're standing on the side of right, I've never stood on the side of right and say, well, you can't publish or share what I got to say. But that's how they operate, my dear. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier as well. Ms. Brenda says even things shared on WhatsApp, be mindful. Yeah, they be sharing stuff in WhatsApp group and then talk about it as private. I'm like, okay, poor them. Anyway, it's a hot mess and then some. I really hope the board, this is my, we're going to wrap up now. This is my prayer, my desire for Cayman Prep. We don't want Cayman Prep to fail. No, nobody wants that, right? My desire would be for them, maybe the board needs to change. I don't know. Maybe they're clueless, right? This isn't a CMR versus Cayman Prep discussion. This isn't the parents versus Cayman Prep. This isn't the teachers are leaving, which, by the way, after our post, apparently they called the teachers in to try and have a conversation with them. Like, oh, you guys okay? Anything you want to tell us? I'm like, you guys, something's wrong. I need to take an allergy tablet. I'm like, somebody at Cayman Prep is absolutely clueless. They are missing the forest for the trees. They are simply not getting it. And that's a sad indictment on them, on their board, on their leadership, on their principal, all of them. They're not getting it. You're hemorrhaging Caymanian staff. You're hemorrhaging teachers. Even the non-Caymanian teachers are speaking out like, what on earth? I want you guys to get it together. You produce good grades, but that's not enough. It's not enough to hang your hat on, oh, we have the best academics, we have students, whatever. What about how you're treating people? I take nothing away from academic brilliance because I support it myself. But the truth of the matter is, academic brilliant people don't go on to make this world spin. A lot of times, they're not the ones who are the movers and the shakers in terms of business and commerce and building communities and all this sort of stuff. They have their role to play. Yes, some of them will become scientists, and no doubt they'll, invent something and maybe, find a cure for a cancer. And these are great and important things. But a lot of successful people in this world were not the top 1%ers of academia. They were the B student, the C student, the average student that still went on and did well in life. But they were able to accomplish those things because they had their self-esteem intact, right? Because they were confident students. They could go out in this world and make a difference. If you're destroying that element of who your students are, right? You're subjecting them to racism, to bullying from teachers, to degrading remarks from the administration and from teachers. How do you expect to build up the leaders of tomorrow, right? How do you expect to build up the businessmen of tomorrow if this is what you guys are doing? This person says that the high school ensures that the grades are good with loads of work. Primary using Oak Academy have lost their way. Strand wants all the children learning the same thing. They are not challenged. We need to do better. We have got to do better. This is a sad indictment on all. A failure of one private institution. I'm trying to find out. I'll find out how much money they're getting from government. But a failure of one institution is something that shouldn't make any of us look good, something that we cannot and are not proud of. They need to do better. It's sad. IELTS 2025 said earlier, I went to prep and they used to have good reputation. Now the teachers have gone to CF School and Island Primary, Offland for Pearson. So sad. Johan says the calm before the carnage seems an appropriate description for Cayman's most popular daily talk show ever, aka CMR. Johan, go sit down. Marlene says you have an issue about Valencia Heights on Crew Road. Okay, not on topic, sorry. Carrie says, thanks, Sandra, for this. You just won my matter with that matter the DPP got me in court for. Thank you very much. I can start packing to leave Sodom and Gomorrah, aka the Cayman Islands. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but okay. Renita says, excuse me, I beg your pardon. Telling people what they can feed their children? That's absurd. It's crazy. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Renita says, Abby, but will they stop granting them work permits to come in here and spreading their racist mindset amongst us? No. Unbelievable. Marshall says, we're all waiting to see if anything will be done. Ms. Brenda says they get something in the air of $300,000. All right, let me confirm the number. But yeah, this is crazy. Unbelievable. This person says parents can use Oak Academy and do homeschooling. They can save all their money. Lord have mercy. So true, Johan. Carnage. How can you use that word, being naked? What a mess. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Okay, well, I don't know. Morning, Siobhan, Barry, how you doing? Marshall says that's a lot for something not to be done about this and other matters going on in school. Yeah. And I'm sure that this lady is probably only 60% of the school's problem. The fact that they've allowed her to come in and do a lot of the foolishness unchecked that she has done is really, really poor. But ultimately, a lot of these issues existed beforehand, right? You need someone to go in there who understands diversity in like student bodies and who can encourage that. And I'm sure that the Caymanian students, and especially Caymanian students of color, are probably the minority in that school, right? We're not the majority anywhere else anymore. I hate to tell you all this, but we're worse than the blue iguanas. But having said that, there are ways that you can encourage your students, regardless of the environment that they're coming from, to understand and to know that there's certain behaviors that are acceptable and certain behaviors that are not acceptable in your school. And if you call anybody a derogatory name, word, whatever, there's serious consequences for that. You can't go around telling Caribbean and people of color that you don't want to touch them because their blackness might rub off on you. Who says that? And then the school to basically have no response to that sort of thing is just shocking to me. So what they need, if they don't have one on board, is they need a proper cultural, what we'd call it, inclusion specialist who understands how to deal with people from diverse backgrounds, people from diverse learning levels, right? And how integration works. And the fact that certain types of behavior will not be acceptable. And you have to instill that at the parental level to let parents know, y'all better talk to your children about this kind of behavior. This is the Cayman Islands. This is a Caribbean country. There are people here with all different types of shades of color, skin type, hair type, whatever. You can't go around making those kind of comments about people and feel comfortable in doing so. And worse yet, the school administration then does nothing. Their response is lacking. Shame on Cayman Prep. They have got to do better. So here we are highlighting it again. We've been here before. We've highlighted this before. In another year, am I going to be doing the exact same thing? My God, I hope not. I really, really hope not. I'm begging those of you pastors and whoever else is on the board, what is wrong with you guys? Why are you as clueless as Cayman Prep? You live in this community. I don't know who these reverends are. I have no clue who these people are. Mr. Mobley, I do know is from what's the name of the AC company, Polar Bear, right? But I don't personally know him. So I don't really know these people, but I'm really asking the question because the question has to be asked and answered, hopefully. What is going to change? What are you guys going to do differently? Because you've got to know that there's a problem. Apparently, one of the principal pastor remarked that my first post about the teachers leaving didn't gain a lot of traction. So let's not worry about it. You see what I'm saying? It's that kind of mentality, that kind of thinking that is part and parcel of a big part of your problem. That's what you're worried about, your public image? Do you care? Do any of you actually care about what is happening to your students? What is ultimately happening to the school as well? It's horrible. It really, really is horrible. And so I want to be clear. My heart breaks for the parents and the students who are having to deal with this hot mess express there at Cayman Prep. And I really pray to God that they get it together. Someone said, even the SLT at Prep hate Sasha. What's SLT? I've seen in the presence of all of them Simon, Castle, Robert Wan, and others, where they've expressed their dislike and distrust of her. If all the staff / SLT / parents were unhappy with Strand and there'd been so much bad press about her, how is she still there? Have some dignity, woman. Did you even see that she digitally edited the school promo video to slot herself in it and erase the memory of the old principal, Robin? Oh my God. SLT's senior leadership team. Oh, okay. So nobody seems to like this woman. I mean, I gotta be honest. I don't know how she is there. Oh my God. Nosa? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We love Robin Davies. Robin was for the school, for the island and the community. I guess that's a former principal. All right, folks. Not much more that I can say, except that I really, really hope that they get it together. I will do some follow-up with the ministry. Ms. Brenda says racism and hate are not born, they're taught. Absolutely. And you also teach children when you'll have zero tolerance for it, right? Zero tolerance. And children can learn that there are consequences for their behavior in that regard. If they're following the crowd or following friends or whatever, that's just not acceptable behavior. All right, folks, I got to stand up again. I got lots of work to do. I think I have a classroom. Me, myself, I'm in school. So I think I have a class session this afternoon, which might be starting soon. So I'm going to go log on to my class session. I wish you guys a wonderful day. And we'll be back tomorrow. And I'll let you know if I get any answers to any of this. All right, stay tuned and hold schools accountable, hold teachers accountable, hold administrators accountable. You guys, listen, no. You can't get away with failing your children. They got enough obstacles already. All right, beautiful folks. See you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.